Hey,
How you doing?
good, good. I got baptized today.
You got baptized today.
Yes, I have my certificate and my Bible here.
Where'd you get baptized?
I got baptized at the oh gosh, whatever the city's name is, Baptist Church.
Aha.
Yeah.
You have been baptized before though.
Yes, yes, I got baptized in the Pacific Ocean with my cousin there.
Aha. Well, Father Eric says, praise the Lord. I'm
Oh,
glad you did it with your cousin.
yeah.
Trey says hello.
Hi.
And you seem to be doing well right now.
Yeah, yeah, I am. I am.
You- Cool.
Yeah,
Cool. I'm glad. I'm glad.
yeah. It's it's going well. Lots of thoughts, but now it's more like realizing that the thoughts are more sometimes there's mystical stuff or there's thoughts that are like, oh, they're better contained, you know.
Yeah, yeah. So one of the things I like to say is that we outsource our sanity to other people.
Hmm.
And so I was very concerned when you were not near any family to help keep you grounded.
Yes,
And it sounds like you're surrounded by family again, which is helpful.
yes, it is helpful.
Yeah.
Is helpful. And you did, I don't know how much um it was. I see it as an effort on your part to help ground me at that time, and it did it helped.
Caleb,
Yeah.
Caleb, Shane, and I went to dinner,
Yes.
and it was, it was an experience. It
Yeah.
was definitely an experience, and Caleb was able to deal with it better than most people are,
Yeah.
which is why I'm proud of him.
Yeah.
And so the two of us were urging you to actually go and visit with your family, which you decided to do. And it sounds like it helped a lot.
Yeah. It, yeah, no words.
Yeah,
Like it. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah. I wish I could give you a hug, but
Yeah.
you're like not in California, so that makes it
Yeah.
difficult. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. I know. So
yeah.
here's the certificate.
Mazel tov.
Mazel tov.
Uh, I am of the opinion that repeatedly going to the mikvah, as we would call baptism,
Yes.
is actually a good thing. But most Christians are somewhat opposed to repeat baptisms.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't even realize when I was going to get baptized. I didn't even. It was only like right before I was submerged in water. It feels like I was like, oh yeah, I've been baptized before, and then I came up, and I was like, but it gives because I'm going to visit my dad
Mhm.
tomorrow, and I think it gives my mom somewhere to go to meet people, and uh, a memory and a place where a good memory happened. So
The important thing is that it stays with you.
yes,
So it's funny, like I've been so let me pull up. Let me see if I can pull up. I should be able to pull up. Uh, where did I put? There it is. So let me pull this up. This is a painting that a dear woman by the name of. Why is this not coming up? This should be coming up, but it's not coming up. Let me. Oh, that's why it's not coming up because I'm silly. Okay, now let's try this. No, it's still not coming up. Hold on. I am going to figure this out. because this is important. Because I want to open with. Uh, there we go.
And just so you know, I have 6% battery, and I'm just gonna run it till the wheels fall off.
Okay. Well, I don't want you to run it until the wheels fall off, but this is a painting that Karen Wong donated to the Joyful Mother of Children Foundation.
Mm.
And it is Moses in the basket.
Wow.
And it is Batya, who was Pharaoh's daughter, finding him, but at the same time, it's also Yocheved putting him onto the waters. And I think, and this is my interpretation, it's also Miriam following along as watching her brother. And it's just a beautiful image that I keep on crying when I look at it.
Now I want to give you a hug, Jacob.
And I would say the important thing is that you come out of the water a changed person, a better person than you were before.
Yeah.
And the reason I was reminded of this is because when I saw this, the first thing I thought of was the Talmud in Megillah 13a discusses Batya, Pharaoh's daughter, and it says that she went it mentions that she went down to the water to bathe, and the Talmud there says she went down to wash herself from the idolatry of her father's house. And that's when she found Moses. Sandy was there when Karen told me to check my email. And so Karen and I hopefully are going to be doing a video. I'm actually hoping to live stream it, but we'll see what we do about this image.
Wow.
Yeah, and I love it so much. Yeah.
Jacob, man. Dude.
So it's an image for you as well.
Thank
your
you.
Baptism.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Well, man. Well, that's good. I think I'm gonna do some while I'm there in the desert. I think I'm gonna do some just like soul searching and maybe some hiking.
Hiking is good. I'm also a big fan of journaling.
Yes.
I think that when you journal, it helps you clear your mind and helps you understand what your mental state is at, and helps you kind of do a sanity check on yourself, which is important and good.
Yes.
And
Yeah. Okay. I'll go. I wouldn't be me if I didn't ask if I can show you, because I lost. I was Jacob knows that I was living. I had a very precarious living situation when we went to dinner, and the place I was staying, I lost my books. Can I show you some of my updated library?
Sure.
Okay. All right. So this one is The Parables of Kierkegaard. And that's by Thomas C. Oden. And then I have a bunch of them in the car, but I have a bunch of used ones, but I wanted to show you the ones I got from Barnes and Noble. Being in Time, a classic. And then let me show maybe the other two I got from Barnes and Noble. Basic Writings of Martin Heidegger.
Mm-hmm.
And I have The Seducer's Diary and Lilies of the Field, The Lily of the Field by Soren Kierkegaard, and then one more Kierkegaard I got there. The Purity of Heart is to Will One Thing, and then Dostoevsky's
I just bought Crime and Punishment again.
Yeah.
It just arrived. It's here somewhere.
Okay.
Because I read it when I was 12, and that was before you were born.
Yes.
And so I wanted to read it again because I don't remember it. And one of the guys at the conference gave me a copy of this.
Lovely.
Yeah, and so Mike, thank you. So I will have to read this finally, and I will try not to mark it up with too many corrections, but
yes. You're hilarious, Jacob. Oh man, dude. Okay. Oh man, yeah. So if you want to, I was actually thinking of trying to get because my dad read some of it. I read it, and I have a little sister. She's my not even half sister, but she's 14, and I was gonna try and read it with them three.
Crime and Punishment? I think there went his. I am guessing that there went his thing. Well, there's Shane. Yeah, Crime and Punishment might actually be a good book club thing to do, but we have a book club starting soon on The Great Partnership by Rabbi Jonathan Sacks. Yeah, he said his thing is down. And I'm just gonna sit here and look at that image because it's like, I love that image so much. It reminds me of so there's a style of painting that has kind of become very popular in Israel, especially in the town of Tzfat. And the coloring and everything, it very much reminds me of Tzfat. And it's just beautiful. It's just absolutely beautiful. So. Rajdeep, my dear friend.
Hey, Jacob, how are you?
I am good.
What's up?
I am good. Father Eric asked, how many guys did you have at your place Sunday night? I had 7 guests, and it was the most beautiful thing. It was honestly, yeah, I had 7, 8 people sleeping here. 2, it was either 7 or 8 people sleeping here on Sunday night. So glad to have my house back. No, I am very, very, very sad to have my house back. Gregory, we will need to talk before you can come back on my channel. We will need to talk individually. Passed through the waters. I have no idea what you mean, Bruce. Well, it was so okay. I have to pull this up, and hopefully I won't cry this time. But I pulled this up to show Ted. So this is from the morning prayers. Where is it? I'll kind of share this tab instead. And let me make it larger. So this is from the morning prayers, and it says, where are they? These are the precepts which have no fixed measures, for which no fixed measure is prescribed. I hate this translation. It leaves everything out. Leaving the corner of a field, the first fruits, the appearance offering, deeds of kindness, and the study of Torah. These are the precepts, the fruits of which man enjoys in this world, while the principal reward is preserved for him in the world to come. They are honoring father and mother, performing deeds of kindness, early attendance in the house of study, morning and evening, providing hospitality to guests. So I was so overwhelmed by the opportunity of having guests that I've been crying like a little girl since Sunday. So
You throw a good party, man.
I try. So Shadow got spayed today, and that's why she's a bit under the weather. So Rajdeep, talk to me.
It was really wonderful getting to see you and getting to hang out down in your neck of the woods.
You didn't come to my house. You didn't see my kitty. You didn't.
I know, Jacob.
Yeah.
I'll have to make a separate trip down there special for you.
I'm actually driving up to Vancouver, so I will be driving through. Yeah, so yeah.
Lots to discuss.
Yep. You were missed, Andrew, but
Thanks.
School is more important.
Mm-hmm.
Has your tattoo healed?
No, not yet. 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
I see.
What's the healing process like, Andrew?
It's just like flaking off and whatnot, you know? It's essentially just like a big scab. So.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have to keep it covered during any time of the day?
No, not really. They just say like wear a long sleeve shirt or whatever. So not too bad.
Cool.
Mm-hmm. Okay, just to make clear what's going on, I am glad to have people on my channel, except when it is not in their own best interest. And if someone is having a difficult time, sometimes the best thing to do is to speak to them individually as opposed to have them on a channel. And some people are going through difficult times, and I am very reluctant to let people overexpose themselves when they may not be completely ready for the emotional situation in which they might want to be putting themselves into. And I hope that's clear to everybody. So where are you driving, Raj?
I'm off to a meeting in a little bit here, so just go. What is it? On the northern side of Sacramento, so I'm going from the south to the north.
I see.
Yeah.
Um,
So Jacob,
yes.
I have a question for you.
I have an answer. It might not be a good one, though.
How do we get a little bit more friction for the next time? I know you wanted a little bit more this like
Yeah,
we need to have like we need a designated area for that.
I listened to the discussion.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think people need to be more secure that they will not be ejected for saying things people may not like.
Yeah, makes sense.
Flevis says, bring Chezi next time for the friction. And so, I mean, a lot of times people were uncomfortable engaging with me. I know Trey is of the opinion that that it's best to ignore my proddings, but there are certain people, for example, Mitch, right? I don't know if you've seen Mitch on my channel. He is very, very busy with his new daughter, God bless her. And that's why he's not on as much. And he is a deeply, deeply Christian man. I love how deeply Christian and turn the other cheek he is. And I wish I had his emotional capacity not to react when it's better not to react. At the same time, I think that once you reach that inner peace, I do not yet have, but someone like Mitch does have. So the halacha, the Jewish law, is that it is forbidden to be angry, but it is not forbidden to show anger. There are times when you show anger because that is the right thing to show, and as long as it's not, it's only a show. As long as you're, I like to say that I learned from the best. Two of the people who, the Satmar Rebbe, who was a great rabbi, so he was, the Satmar Rebbe was the youngest son, was the younger son of his father. And so his older brother was inherited the Hasidic court. And the Satmar Rebbe moved to a small town named Satmar, and he started his own Hasidic dynasty, and he lived through World War II and the Holocaust, and he only had daughters, so his nephew, his older brother's son, actually ended up becoming the Satmar Rebbe after him. And today, Satmar is the largest Hasidic dynasty, despite the fact that the Satmar Rebbe, so the Siget was the name of his father's court, and Siget, when the Siget Rebbe inherited Satmar, as it were, he became the Satmar Rebbe. He changed the name of the Hasidic dynasty to Satmar. So, that's who the Satmar Rebbe was. It is the largest Hasidic dynasty today, and he was just that impressive of a person. And he was known for being an incredibly loving person. At the same time, he is best known for his fierce opposition to Zionism and his very, very loud protestations. And because he was willing to stand in the breach and yell. And so I think he is someone that at least some people need to learn to emulate. And there is a rabbi here in Los Angeles who I have profound respect for. He is known as the Rosh, which literally means the brain. And he is a very prominent person. And he's also an incredibly loving, he teaches he is the principal of a religious high school here in Los Angeles, one of the larger high schools in the Hasidic dynasty, where I like to hang my hat. And he is also known for screaming at people when necessary. And sometimes when some people think not necessary, but he thinks necessary. And so in my estimation, there are times when we need to learn to not be angry, because anger implies a lack of faith in God, but to show anger the same way God shows anger sometimes for our own good.
It's the distinction between using anger rather than being used by anger.
Right. Yes. If you are being so there's a letter that Nachmanides wrote to his son, which he commended his son to read every week. And that letter has become so popular that it's printed in most Jewish prayer books. And many people read it every week. And one of the lines he quotes in there is, Kol hakoes kol minei gehinom sholtin bo. Anyone who gets angry, all manner of hell rules over him. And if you get angry, then hell rules over you. But sometimes you need to show anger. And I think that's a skill too many of us have completely forgotten. And it's unfortunate. Like fear, anger, like the negative emotions have become things that people have completely dismissed as worthless. And it's like, if you are actually a monotheist, God did not create anything that is completely worthless. Each thing needs to be put in its proper boundary, and it needs to be Fleabit says sometimes exercise caution, and that is definitely true. It is fire. It is fire. And fire that escapes from you will burn down your entire city. And but if you are completely cold, if you have no fire, then things will die as well.
I think there's a lot of people who will not attempt to use their anger because they're being possessed by fear.
That is also true. Yeah.
I think that's true for me. Like one of the things, like I don't want to show this kind of anger because there's that fear of it possessing, being something that possesses me or being perceived as rude or anything like that, right? And then, but what ends up happening is one gets possessed by the spirit of fear.
Yeah. So MC Mosav, I hope I'm saying that correctly,
says righteous anger is when I'm angry about something. No, righteous anger is when you're not actually angry. If you are actually yourself angry, then it's not right. That's how you know it's not righteous anger. Righteous anger is when you're not angry, but you stir up your anger because that is the right thing to do. When it comes from something outside of you. And hopefully that thing outside of you is God. So righteous anger is when I am not angry. Yeah, fight or flight is a real thing. In retrospect, I've regretted both fighting and fleeing. Yeah, and look, Jordan Peterson says ideological possession is when you have an easy answer to everything, right? If in every situation your response is the exact same, if there's nothing that will provoke you to anger, to defense, to kill, right? I think you are. Is it Ecclesiastes 3 that I'm thinking of? For everything there is a time and a season for all things under heaven, right? Everything, there is a time to kill. And if you don't believe there's a time to kill, I think you are severely lacking in wisdom.
One interesting thing that you had said a few minutes back was that there needs that maybe for that conflict to arise in a space like estuary, people need to be more secure in themselves. And one of the interesting things that I was finding as a consequence of the conference was actually a thickening of my own lines between my tradition and other people's traditions, and feeling more assured and confident in being able to maintain those lines. So like when we were at Crosspoint, at the Crosspoint service, I was able to be there and participate to a degree, but I didn't sing the hymns along with everyone because it would be wrong for me to sing those hymns. And I felt there was no awkwardness, and there's actually an incredible amount of peace in me being able to say, this is my line, and this is a genuine distinction between myself and the other people in this room.
Yeah. And being able to actually withstand that form of diversity, right? Actual diversity. So Douglas Murray said he what he does is he sometimes asks people well, are you tolerant of homosexuals? And his left-wing friends are like, oh, of course I am. And he says, so what are they doing wrong? And they're like, nothing, and he says, well, that's not tolerance. Tolerance is when you actually believe that someone is doing something wrong and you're willing to tolerate it, right? If you have tolerance, and tolerance is a very important capacity to have, then you are able to say, no, I disagree with you. I don't think what you're doing is correct, right? And I still, I felt moved on Sunday morning to make Paul wear my prayer shawl.
Yeah.
And in retrospect, I think that was the correct thing to do. And lots of people have told me that they very much appreciated it. So hopefully it was the right thing to do, right? And here is a Trinitarian Calvinist pastor, right? Speaking in a Trinitarian Calvinist church And if it's not like I agree with what, and he's preaching Trinitarianism, which I seriously, and his version of the Trinity and his version of Calvinism are things I disagree with completely, right? But I was willing to let him wear, and not just let him, force him to wear my prayer shawl while he gave that speech, and I dare say I think it looked pretty good on him. And I think it added something to his speech, and we have to be willing to do that. We have to be willing to say, okay, there are things I will tolerate and things I will not tolerate. And possibly if I lived in a world where I did not have to think and deal with all of the other things in the world that are problems, for example, the fact that we are castrating little children, right? Then maybe I would be much less tolerant of Calvinism than I am. But you have to pick your battles, and you have to help the world progress towards godliness as you see it. And that requires something that is true tolerance. And too many people just don't have tolerance.
No complaints from me.
So I think we lost Raj. I'm going to pick up some of the things. Sandy says, thinking about the difference between showing anger and being angry, is this exercising control? Is it recognizing the source, learning to modulate action? Yes. If so, that means exercising anger is a spiritual practice, and I think it is. Yes, it is indeed a spiritual practice. It's easier to be disagreeable the more secure you feel. Yeah, and look, the Mishnah says that you should love habriot. You should love the creatures. And the commentators say that means you should love people who have no redeeming quality other than the fact that they are a creature of God. So there is an aspect of unconditional love. And I am not saying that you should love all people equally, because I believe that's actually a very, very bad idea. You should show more love to people who have better qualities than merely the fact that we all have one creator and one God. But at the very least, you have to have that love for all people. Watching you and Paul Sunday morning showed me how very deep a friendship you have with each other. Yeah, that poor guy. Oh my, this is what tolerance looks like. Apparently it is, Father Eric, yes. Is conditional love actually love? So love is a difficult word. I think there is both conditional love and unconditional love. And I believe we have to practice both of them simultaneously. I think there is ahava yetera. There is a greater love, which you should have in gratitude and in appreciation of someone's good qualities. But there is a base of love which is unconditional. Conditioned to the condition of the receipt. I'm not precisely sure what you mean by that, Father Eric. Yeah. So, Andrew,
Mhm.
what do you think of this image? You're the expert iconographer here.
I mean, it's not an inverse perspective. Aw. I don't know. It's pretty good. You know,
What's an inverse perspective?
like instead of regular perspective where like there's a vanishing point inside the page, it's like the vanishing point is outside the page pointing at you. All the icons are in inverse perspective. So, like, if you've seen that, you kind of know what it looks like. You know how the icon kind of looks like it's pointing towards you.
Okay, I think I kind of sort of get it.
Mhm.
Although I have to say, like the light coming from the
The
basket,
basket, yeah.
that's, I mean, there's just something really beautiful about that. Okay, first of all, what am I supposed to call you? Mikmasav? Like what is that? Second, what about Hesed? And that's a fine spelling of Hesed. Unfailing love usually gets translated as loving kindness. Kindness is good. I Chesed and Ahava and love are related, but they are not the same. Matt. Okay, I will try to remember to call you Matt. The lighting comes from within the basket. Yes, I love the light. It tells an interesting story. Yeah, I actually. So I'm wondering. Karen hasn't responded to my email yet, and I don't know if she will before we talk. But I am actually wondering if she deliberately, if she's been exposed to Sfat or Safed artistic style. Like this, there is a Jewish artistic style that has been forming over the past probably, I would say 50 years, maybe a bit more, which this seems to reflect. I would say probably it originates with Marc Chagall. So when was Chagall? So Marc Chagall lived, he was born in 1887 and he died in 1985. And his, I think he had a great influence on Jewish art, but his coloring was very dark. And I think, especially Israeli arts, somewhat through the Sephardic influence with illuminations and calligraphy, became very like bright colors became very common in Israeli art and especially religious art. So it's almost like Chagall with with brighter and warmer colors. Yeah, I would say his colors tend to be cold. Chagall, dark and cold, and like it's a similar type of painting to his paintings, and it's abstract enough to not bother Jewish sensibilities, because too much realism is kind of offensive to Jewish religious sensibilities. And so, yeah, I just love this image so much. The light is morning coming up behind her and onto the leaves of the bush above the basket. The morning is on the edge of the basket, but also from the bush into the basket. I'd love to talk to Karen. She introduced herself coming in the door at Chino, her and Sevilla. I was overwhelmed and didn't step into it. Yeah, Sevilla. Yeah, speaking to Sevilla was also awesome. So we'll see what happens when Mo actually gets the foundation set up. And once it is set up with the bylaws and everything, we will ask for donations, and we will ask for people to reserve with non-refundable deposits their space in Jerusalem for the conference in February, and we will have a much better idea of exactly what happens, what exactly we're going to do. But I would love, so I actually love the idea that the conference would have a day on Friday, which is kind of conference-ish, and on Sunday, which is kind of conference-ish. But the Sabbath would be a day where we basically spend the entire time like at tables having meals with each other, and like all of Shabbat would basically be just around all of the meals in the Sabbath. And yeah, and so I would love for there to be like tables of 20 people, and to have like people with different channels like Sevilla and Karen and Chad and Grim and everybody like have tables, and people could go from table to table, and you know, and so for me, like Pajot and Vervaeke, like while I would love to have them come, they may not be able to come, and that's not a huge deal for me, because I would much rather have a much larger conference. I would like to see at least 1,000 people there. I would prefer to see 2,000 people there. And I would like to see a lot more of like the small stars in our little corner, as opposed to because I think, again, I keep on talking about Jethro and this concept of hierarchy and the leaders of tens and the leaders of thousands. And you know, people like Sevilla and Karen are leaders of thousands. I like to think of myself as a leader of thousands. And I don't think that I need to be like leaders of tens of 10,000s or leaders of like any of the elders or anything like that. That's what my concern, like my concern is lower levels of hierarchy, as opposed to, I don't want, well, I can't say I don't want 1 million subscribers to my channel, but if I have 1 million subscribers to my channel, then I am going to need 1,000 people who who are able to take up that space between 1 million subscribers on my channel and 1,000 people who have 1,000 subscribers, because it needs to fit into the hierarchy. So let me pull up the thing. All of the colors seem exaggerated except for skin tone. Yeah, there's something. I mean, this image is just so beautiful in so many ways. The light doesn't go from the bush directly to the woman's face. I think the light in her face comes from the basket. That's what it seems to me. Bush prefigures burning bush. Yeah. I mean, and again, for me, the fact that it is Moses in the basket is just like, I love this image so much. That sounds much more appealing. Make it 3 days. These official talk we can publish on YouTube. Yeah. So the Sabbath in Jerusalem, electronics will not be used in public in Jerusalem on the Sabbath. So I think that's actually a beautiful and great thing. If Karen Wong were at every conference for the rest of my life, I'd consider my life fulfilled. She was wonderful. Senior Saboya, you were there? Did I meet you? Do I even know who you are? I think I know you are. Yeah, you're from, hold on. We've talked. Okay, so this is like, this is part of the whole thing. I'm sorry that like I can't keep track of everyone, because thank God there's too many of you and I keep on forgetting names and stuff like that. And this is why we need hierarchy and cliques and groups in order to allow oh wow, you were there and you didn't come say hi. I am so upset at you. I am so upset. Oh my God. You can't. Okay. So I am coming. You did respond to me around the campfire. Okay. So I am driving up to Vancouver next week, and you have to, by the way, hi Sterling. How you doing? I am driving up to Vancouver, so we're gonna have to meet up on my way there. Oh, you're the guy from Mass. Okay, I am really mad at you now. I am really, really mad at you now. Now I remember. Oh my God, you were there and you didn't say hi? I am so mad at you. I am so very mad at you. I am very, very mad at you. My heart is already overwhelmed, so. Okay, I figured. Yeah. Phlebas is in Canada. Phlebas, you should have come. Matt C. and Yosef are having all kinds of discussions about Eisenman and Dead Sea Scrolls and stuff, and I can't keep up.
Me neither, so, you know.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think my whole goal in general is just to understand what the heck the liturgy is.
I live 20 minutes from Sandy, but I am not my own man. Yeah, Phlebas has kids and responsibilities.
Boo.
Although I have to say, it was beautiful when Caleb, Matthew, and Ted arrived at my place, and declared that all three of them are 29 years old, and between the three of them, they have 11 kids.
Okay.
Yep, 4, 4, and 3. And we discussed the fact that Andrew is like falling behind. Although Matthew pointed out, you don't have to wait 2 years between the kids. You can actually have kids like 1 year or 18 months.
Mhm.
So like you can catch up. You can catch up. It's okay.
Okay.
You can get to 12. You can get to 12. Even though you waited way too long.
You know, I told my roommates about your logic, and they're all freaked out now. So,
What's my logic?
you know, the whole get married early, have a kid every 2 years, da 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 da. You know,
Why are they freaked out?
I don't know, man. They're all modernists.
They're materialists and silly.
Mm-hmm.
Just imagine the hundreds of grandkids. If you don't have hundreds of grandkids, then your grandkids are gonna get tired of visiting you. But if you have hundreds of grandkids, then you only have to see like one every like it's so much easier on the grandkids, like to visit the grandfather. Like if there's 100 of you, you can take shifts, right? So like three every day, once a month. So like you can spend 8 hours with your grandfather, and it's perfect. It's just perfect.
Mhm.
So at least 100 grandkids, and you're set.
Do you do the whole like living with extended family thing?
So one of the things that I've Garth says, have children like Jacob in the Bible. He had 13. I think it's beautiful. And Fleva says ours are 3 months apart.
20 months apart.
20 months apart. Sorry, but
Kind of weird if it was 3 months apart.
children are the poor man's riches. My mother's second husband was the second youngest of 23 children from a Nova Scotia apple farmer. There you go.
Man.
But what were we talking about?
Extended family.
Extended family,
Mhm.
yes. So I have a new line to add to Jacob's greatest hits.
Mhm.
The nuclear disaster that is the nuclear family. And it is, in fact, a disaster. The nuclear family, we lost Andrew, is a complete disaster because, I was talking to one guy and I was like, so he's a young man and he was wondering about dating, and I told him if I wasn't Jewish, what I would do is I would pick a country with an ethnicity that I found attractive, and I would go visit there, a third world country or a second world country, but one of the less developed countries. And I would go there and I would actually talk to the parents of some nice Christian girls there who are and like plan to bring her entire family over to the United States with you. Like your in-laws are the greatest asset you can possibly have. Like marry a girl who loves family and comes from a lovely family, and like make it happen. And you're marrying into a whole family, and he actually liked the idea. So hopefully, I will be invited to the wedding soon. Children are the rich man's riches too. I work for lots of rich guys that wish they saw their kids more. Money means nothing to them. Yeah. I have become of the opinion that having 4 children is a minimum. By the way, how many chapters are we reading for the book club? So the first book club was supposed to be just an introduction, but it's Shavuot, so it is Jewish Pentecost on Thursday, so we had to move book club to the next week over. And I mean, it's up to Elijah, but I personally think that maybe reading the introduction for the first book club might be a good thing, at least. I actually got my book. Let me go find my book. Where did I put my book? Sorry. Where did I put I am guessing the pain medication is wearing off because Shadow seems less happy than she was a few hours ago. She took her cone off twice, and we'll see. I got my copy of Crime and Punishment, and I got my copy of The Great Partnership, and the introduction. So acknowledgements and introduction take you to acknowledgements. Pretty short. I did read the introductions, and interesting enough, he says, to those who inspired me to become a rabbi, the late Lubavitcher Rebbe, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, that's the Rebbe right there. And I'm thinking once I get a better file of the thing, I'm going to get it printed out and put it up there of the image that Karen gave me. And Rabbi Joseph Dov Soloveitchik, and that is, although it's interesting that he said Joseph Dov, it's Yosef Bear, but yeah, Dov is the Hebrew of bear, which is Yiddish, which in English means bear. Guess what? Yeah, so the introduction would take you to page, it's 15 pages. And so while it is Elijah who makes these decisions, I am thinking reading the introduction, like there's nothing wrong with at least having the introduction done by the first thing, so we can talk about it. And Garth has already read the introduction.
What were you saying about the nuclear disaster?
So Garth says, I liked the metaphor of the deaf man listening to the violinist. I have not yet read the introduction. I probably should. But I also probably will not be at the first book club meeting because I am driving to a thing and back. So the nuclear family is a nuclear disaster. This idea of nuclear family is just stupid in all sorts of ways. there is a reason why human beings are one of the few mammals where the females go through menopause, because we need that influence of matriarchs and postmenopausal women as grandmothers and leaders. And so at the very least, like, if you believe in biology, you should recognize the importance of grandmothers and older women to help younger women with their children. But if you understand anything about like family and risk management and stuff, like having family members around to help you with things and to teach you how to deal with babies, like, why would you ever think that like a woman doesn't need her mother to help her be a mother? Like, intergenerational families are important. Fleva says, my grandmother fell and broke her foot. Suddenly living on her own seems really stupid. So my grandmother, so my aunt built a, and it's actually, I think it's called a mother-in-law unit or a granny unit. So they built a small living unit for my grandmother, which she loved and she stayed in. And she liked having her own small kitchen and her own small, she liked having her small kitchen and she liked having a small bathroom and a small bedroom. And that was her place. And that's where my grandmother lived into her 90s. And she really liked it. And like, I think having like something like that near your home, like, that's not a horrible idea. I am not against senior communal living at all. I am not against homes if they're done well. So Dr. Gary and his wife, Dr. Gary is the psychiatrist, and if you haven't listened to so Ben from my channel, he recorded the discussion Ken Lowry, Sevilla, John Van Donk had with Dr. Gary, the psychiatrist. He's 97, turning 98 soon. And he still practices, believe it or not, at age 97. Andrew met him. You remember Dr. Gary?
Yep. The white-haired old guy.
Yes.
He
He's
came to
97, yes.
He came to the party, yeah?
What?
He came to the party, yeah?
He did not come to the party. No. Oh, you're thinking of somebody else. No.
Yeah, I think I'm
he was at the estuary in Chino.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
he was at the estuary in Chino.
Yeah.
So Dr. Gary, so Ben, hopefully I'm going to put the audio on my channel, but the audio is, Ben posted it on the Quest for a Spiritual Home Discord. I don't know if he posted it on my Discord. I think maybe my Discord is too low level to host the thing. Let me see. No, mine is level 1, so it should be able to take. No, it has to be level 2, but whatever. What was I saying? I was saying, well, let's see. Was the spiritual home posted? Yeah, theirs is level 2. Theirs is level 3, 14 boosts. Lots of people. Well, is it? No, theirs isn't boosted. It has no boosts.
So I don't know why he put it on their channel, on their thing, and not mine. Let me see. It's only a 20, so it's a 44-minute recording, and it's only 21 megs. I don't know why he didn't put it on my channel. I am going to download it, and I'm going to put it on my Discord as well.
So how do you deal with like which grandparents do you live with?
I mean, traditionally, it's been the husband's family, but in today's society, like finding any grandparents who are willing to actually fulfill their role as grandparents, I wouldn't be choosy. Let me put it this way.
Yep.
And the more the merrier, as far as I'm concerned.
Mm.
Okay, I am uploading this to my Discord server. So there it is, if anybody wants. Okay, what were we saying? I've got aunts flying in from East and West Coast to take care of grandma that suddenly can't walk. Granny flats makes sense. Yeah, granny flat. That's what it's called. It makes a lot of sense. I know a few people who are going back to granny flats. I think this is a good thing. My aunt and mother did this too, moving in with family. One concern. Ben!
Hello, hello.
I don't quite remember seeing you. And I
You
am
never
very,
saw me
very
because
angry at
you gave me an exception. You let me come in without my face. Here's my face. This is what I
Yes.
look like.
There you go.
I was sitting next to you on the campfire. I know it was a shitty thing to do. I apologize wholeheartedly.
Is there?
No, I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's why I'm here.
Thank you for coming on.
All right. When I first talked to you,
Yeah.
I had a few too many, and I said some silly things, and you know that because I know you're too intelligent to have missed that.
I did miss it. I'm sorry. What did you say?
What did I say? I turned on the stream and I said, what we're going to do is we're going to eschew obfuscation. And I said something stupid like that. I turned on the stream and I said, that's what we're going to do. We're going to eschew obfuscation. And I said, I can't listen to this. I can't listen to myself talk. That's something I would say. So Jacob, I saw that I could have saved $200 and not come into Ontario and flown into LAX. And then I could have met you, and I would love to meet you. Don't take this personally. I would love to meet you. But
Okay. Yeah.
what we talked about the last time would be a huge topic of conversation. And I didn't talk to anyone else about that. Right. I
haven't talked to anybody honestly. Right. So like with all the people sleeping over here, like it was something I considered mentioning to people, but I just didn't see any reason for it. And yeah, no, it's well, I mean, Richard was there, and
I talked to Richard in the last 2 days. Richard is great.
Richard
and his dad, Rob,
father,
is awesome
yeah, his
too.
father was there. Yeah.
He told me about his journey to the underworld, and I'm gonna write that. I swear to God, I'm gonna write that.
Oh, well, he hasn't told me about his journey.
Well,
to the underworld.
it's like he lost his phone on an Alaska Airlines flight. And all he wanted was this $1,000 phone to be returned to him.
Okay.
And they told him, I'm sorry, sir, but it's lost. He's like, it's your airline. How many phones could possibly be lost? It's lost, sir. I'm sorry. Eventually, some suit comes out and says to him, we're going to look for it, sir. We're going to find this phone.
Okay.
And I don't know. It was the only night of the whole conference I drank, and so I can't remember it very well. But it struck me as the Odyssey, right? So he keeps talking to this Alaska Airlines representative, and they keep telling him, "We can't find the phone. The phone is lost in the sea of phones. It's like you're gonna find a soul in hell, and he can't get it." But eventually, someone promised him they would look for it, and they looked for it, and they couldn't find it. And I said, You see, Rob, the problem is that you didn't go down to look for your own son. You would have seen him. You would have recognized your own son. You would have found him. This phone is yours, and you would have known it. But, this hired gun.
So Ben, tell me about the conference. What did you learn at the conference? How did it affect you?
I learned at the conference that my ability to talk to human beings and be a normal person is actually still intact.
Oh.
In COVID, I let go of being a member of the community.
Mm-hmm.
I let go of being a part of it all, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
And I just sort of allowed myself to slip into being a cog in the wheel or something. As I told a lot of people at the conference, I have a really cushy job, and I just do the job, and I talk to the 3 people that I have to deal with, or the several people that work for us.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the right way to live.
Nope. Yeah.
I wanted to talk to you, Jacob. I really did, and I saw you talking to people the whole way through.
Yeah.
Like one of my techniques through the whole conference was to look across the whole auditorium and be like, I know who that is. That's so and so. That's so and so. That's so and so. And I keep seeing you and say, oh, Jacob's all over the place. Right?
I actually tried a few times. I went and I sat by myself so that there would be empty space next to me in case somebody wanted to come and sit next to me. But I guess that wasn't you.
No. I never saw you alone.
I deliberately a few times went and sat by myself just so
you'll appreciate this. You'll appreciate this. I was introduced to Paul on Wednesday night. So
Okay.
Chad and I, as you probably know already, arrived at the same time at Ontario, and we split a lift over to the campground. Nobody was there. Everybody was over at the restaurant. We went to the restaurant. I introduced myself to Paul for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
And Paul is like, Senor Cebolla! How are you? And the whole time that I was at the conference, Paul always referred to me as Senor Cebolla. He never referred to me by my real name, Ben. Right?
Wow. I think.
Meanwhile, on Sunday, when Grizz left in the mid-afternoon, he's like, I gotta go. And he says goodbye to Stefan, who was sitting next to me. And he's like, who are you? And he turns my conference name tag around. He's like, oh, Ben. Goodbye, Ben. And I said, I'm Senor Cebolla as well. And he's like, oh, so you are, right?
Yeah.
So on the live stream today, he said it's strange. I never recognized you. So Paul and Grizz are sort of opposites of each other, standing on either side of the hall of my memory. One of them knows who I am on the internet. The other one knows who I am in real life.
So, okay, this is what happened to me when... So, Spencer Klavan's boyfriend is very, very... now husband, is very active in Los Angeles Republican politics.
Sure.
So... Josh, I knew Josh, and I knew Josh has a boyfriend named Spencer, and I had met Spencer several times, and then I'm watching Andrew Klavan's show, and I knew that he has a gay son named Spencer, but I'm sitting there. What his son comes on his channel and on his show, and they always say no relation, right? it's like their little joke, right? This is my son Spencer Klavan, no relation, right?
Sure.
And they're talking, and I'm sitting there, I'm watching, I'm like, hold up,
this looks a lot like Josh's boyfriend. So I went on Facebook or Twitter and looked up Josh's I think it was Facebook, looked up Josh's profile and saw his boyfriend, and it was Spencer Clavin, and I looked at the picture, and suddenly two very different people in my mind became the same person.
Uh-huh.
And it was the weirdest experience in my life. Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
sure.
yeah.
I don't have anything to say to that. I know what you mean, but this whole conference, I was going in a different direction, so I didn't want to talk about that.
Yeah.
Look, I didn't talk to Grim about Deadwood either, right? So what I was thinking was, so I know what I talked to you about generally. I was hammered, so I said more than I probably should have, but I know what the subject was I was thinking about, and I didn't want to talk about that because I didn't want to get bogged down in that because it's a huge thing. It's a really important thing.
Mhm.
And in fact, if you remember the opening sentence, that was the most important thing, the thing I didn't want to get bogged down in, which I could talk about that for hours, days even. So just like that, I didn't talk to Grim about Deadwood. And so Grim didn't know who I was the whole time. And so when he said goodbye, I was like, yeah, I'm Ben. I'm also Senor Cebolla. And he's like, oh, Senor Cebolla. Oh, how didn't I know who you are? And I thought, well, I'm coming here to meet all these people. I'm also coming to meet you, but still,
Yeah.
So I'm sorry I didn't talk to you more directly, but I didn't want to get.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't know if I would have put two and two together because.
I didn't know that you would either, but
Yeah.
anyway. Karen probably didn't, but that was fun. I saw her on, was it Thursday, Friday?
Okay, you have to tell
That's
me.
Karen Wong right next to me.
You have to tell me how much you love this piece of artwork, because if you don't, I'm going to ban you from my channel forever.
I would say that piece of artwork reminds me that you can use bright colors to signify life. Like it's not garish. It's beautiful because what it's signifying is actually important.
Yeah.
So
it's
is
not
that would be the midwife, right? Not the receptor, or like the daughter of the pharaoh.
Well, no. Initially, she meant it to be the daughter of Pharaoh,
Right.
but she said that thinking about it more. Yeah, it is Moses of Phlebas. So she initially named it Pharaoh's daughter.
Mhm.
I don't know if that's what she wants to continue calling it, because she told me that now she's thinking it's both. It's Yocheved putting the basket into the water, and it's Batia taking the basket out of the water.
Sure.
And in a sense, I think like there is a joy that it should be Batia first and foremost.
Mhm.
And for me, it was absolutely a joy that it was Batia, because I had not considered when I ultimately it fell upon me to name the foundation, and I decided to name it Joyful Mother of Children, Em Habanim Smecha.
Okay.
And for many, many, many different reasons, what I had not made a connection to was Batia. And the Talmud Megillah 13a, like that it when she showed this to me, the connection between Joyful Mother of Children and Batya came together, and I just started crying. And so like this image is just so deep and fractal to me. Like I could just sit here and like it's beyond just one picture. It's many pictures. And like for her, like we're gonna do a video and discuss it. But for her, it's also Mary with Jesus. And you know, in a sense, I would agree with that. But
I mean, I think that you could do worse than the title, "Good Mothers Fail."
Good mothers fail. Oh,
yeah, right.
Good mothers fail. Yeah, I mean, so the water, right? The waters of the many. Like I sent Karen. Oh, here she is. So I hope Karen doesn't mind me. This is her response. I hope she doesn't mind me reading it. I don't think she does. She says, "When I get home, I will read all the references that you put in here. Just for now, I want to say that the passage from Ezekiel has been one of my favorite, longtime favorites. I've been meditating on it for at least 20 years. So like I sent her a Sefaria search for Mayim Rabim, which means waters of the many is how I usually translate it. Song of Songs 8:7 and Psalm 93:4. Song of Songs 8:7 is Lo Yachlu Mayim Rabim Lo Yachlu Lachabot Et Ha'ava. The waters of the many, or great waters, cannot quench love. And Psalm 93:4 is Mayim Rabbi Madirim Mishra. Like God turns the great waters back. And Ezekiel 16, the verse in 16 is Evor alayich ve'erech mitposeset b'damayich v'amar lach b'damayich chayi v'amar lach b'damayich chayi. And I pass over you, and I see you wallowing in your blood, and I say unto you, you shall live by your blood. By your blood you shall live. And so that's an image of God. Like it's bird imagery, but it's imagery of God as a mother seeing a baby wallowing in its birth blood, right?
Okay.
And that's the verse in Ezekiel. Like, I love this image so much.
Okay. I hear that. I hear that in your voice when you talk about it. I would like to see it that way. Can you tell me? What do you see in it? Like moment to moment. So it's a bird.
Oh, you mean the verse in Ezekiel? Okay, so you have to understand the waters of the many, right?
Right.
So,
many waters. I keep hearing the phrase "many waters."
Yeah. So we talk a lot about the one and the many, and my criticism of the Trinity is that it reduces the one and the many to the one and the three, because the Bible itself talks about the difference between the one and the many, right?
Okay. This
decayed world we live in is the Reshut Harabim. It is so the higher spiritual world are Reshut Hayachid,
They are the domain of the one, God in his oneness. And the lower realms are God in his manyness, right? And that is the waters of the many, right?
So oneness is placed higher than manyness.
Yeah. So and so like the one God sees us wallowing in the many in this, but the waters of the many cannot quench love, right? The love that we have for God as our mother, right? And that connection. So like Moses is in the ark on the waters, and God is like Batia, right? Literally means the daughter of God, right? Because she was Pharaoh's daughter, and Pharaoh was the god of Egypt, right?
Okay.
And so like Moses in the ark rides on the waters of the many, on materiality and this decayed world where we don't see God's unity fullness in its fullness. But like a parent's love, God's love as God as our mother, right? Like I don't even know if I can express it.
What was the meaning of Batia again?
Means daughter of God.
So
Batia. Yeah.
The last Hebrew child is put in a basket as opposed to being dashed head first on the stone, and rides the many waters to Batia, who saves him.
Yeah.
Hello, Sandy.
Hey, Ben.
It's been a while.
How are you?
I'm not in Canada, but it's pretty good.
So Sandy, did you meet Ben during? Did you talk to Ben during the conference?
I told everybody I met that I have absolute terrible time with names and faces, but I can remember talking to somebody with Ben on their name tag, and
She told me that. Well, I mentioned that my father was. Well, I mentioned that my great grandfather was Galician, and that he came from an area, to the east of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and she suggested that possibly he might be, to some extent, Jewish.
Yeah, Galicia was a very strongly Jewish area.
It might be so.
Yes, and we had fun playing with your name, and because you played with the same name as very dear friend who used to be girlfriends with my son. I kind of feel almost like like you're kind of in the extended.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah,
I mean, everybody who camped with me is in my extended family now.
Yes,
you can't escape now.
I've been thinking about one of the things I wrote down was your potential name that we discussed that you had for a while at university or wherever it was.
Yeah, well,
awesome.
History is a beautiful thing, isn't it?
Yep. I was thinking, I popped on just to say hi. I was thinking about your comment to Jacob, good mother's fail. That's a spot that really also, touches my heart. It's actually I still feel like Daria is I would love to have had her as a daughter-in-law. I would. But, life and history and extended family and life and But I do have a standing invite to Montreal. If ever I'm there to stay with them, with her and her partner. So, and I'm really thinking that might be a good idea at some point. So,
Michael says hi. You guys remember Michael?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Another person I didn't talk to, but I appreciate.
Oh, when Michael showed up at my place on Wednesday, that was I was
I was through the roof. I was absolutely through the roof. I didn't know. I didn't expect him, and it was beautiful. And he brought me this bottle of wine, which we have failed to drink together. So Michael's gonna have to come back for us to drink it together.
So,
Yeah. And you'll have to come too, Ben.
I will try. I will definitely try. I can't
Emma!
make
Hey,
Yeah.
Emma.
Hello again.
Hello.
Oh, all the best camping people. Well,
Oh,
I've
so
never-
that was you
Were amazing.
who joined. Okay, so now I have to
Yeah,
change
that was
it.
me. Sorry. I joined your Discord. I
There-
should have messaged you. I took the red eye Monday night, so I haven't actually slept yet since getting home from the conference. I've just caught naps places.
Okay, so you're in a perfect state to tell me how much you love this image and why.
I do love it. I really love the warm orange on her back.
Yeah, it's warm. The coloring is very, very warm.
I love when people make blues look warm.
Yeah.
That color of orange is why I said morning. It looks like, it looks like the beginning, the beginning of day, the entry into. And I know Jewish day starts in the evening, but it could be evening too. But it looks like the beginning. That opening of something.
Twilight. Yeah.
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 In between.
Well, I mean, until she mentioned it, the idea that it could both be Yocheved and
Mhm.
Batya, there's something beautiful about that. So Emma is now our expert on the classics. So she's going to have to be our Greek expert and tell us all about Greek stuff. You have to join the Greek Bible study now. It's on
I
Mondays.
do, because I failed my Greek exam this spring and I need to take it again in the fall.
Okay, so
Picture you failing it.
What?
I don't picture you failing it.
No, I literally did. I got the email right before the conference that I didn't pass this time, so I need to take it again.
okay, so we have a professor of
Sera,
linguistics
Mhm.
who does the Greek Bible study on the
Ooh, nice.
philotimo. I have no idea what philotimo means, but philotimo apparently means something.
I want to say love of honor.
So that.
Oh,
Chen-
hi.
Is that your husband?
It's my mother.
It's your mother?
Mothers.
Well,
I'll be
it's
right back.
perfect. She has to join.
We're talking about mothers.
It's up
One
to her.
day.
She
No,
wants to-
One day,
it's
everyone will
my
be a
new
part of
friends
this.
from the conference. It's I don't
We
think
would
my
love
mother
to-
wants to be on YouTube.
We would love to say hi to her if she wants to be on YouTube.
She does not want to be on YouTube.
I am
Okay,
his
she doesn't want to
mother.
be on YouTube. But we are huge fans of mothers here.
Certainly.
So tell her that we appreciate her for her contribution to the world in being the greatest thing a human being can be, which is a mother.
Oh, I will tell her in the morning. She came down to say goodnight.
Oh,
So.
okay.
She was not expecting me to be, I don't know, on YouTube in her basement.
Well, also show her this image and tell her how much we love mothers.
I will.
Yeah.
All right, Jacob. So I have formally apologized for not.
Yes, you have. And I
approaching you.
formally forgive you.
I even went so far as to show my face on the interwebs with
You
this
did?
crappy camera, which is doing whatever it's doing.
Hey, I'm
Don't
on my phone.
Stranger Ben.
So-
I'm thinking now, you showed me a picture of your grandfather, didn't you?
I did. My grandfather
Wow.
has this this brow line and these
Yeah.
eyes, and that's about it that I share with them.
So
That's
now
how-
that you've actually met Chad, you guys have to get the Wisconsin estuary going.
Look, it wasn't Chad and I that didn't make that happen. All right, you ready for this? You have a camera. I'm
I
gonna
have a
take
camera.
my headphones off so I won't hear what you're saying.
Okay. We can talk about him behind his back.
We can.
Oh, that's his grandfather.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing? I was saying I have some photos of family, you know, old like that. That's
Yeah.
I feel like I do something, but
There
like
you go.
I don't. Like my family does. They're not in my personal.
I still say
Thank
that's
God.
amazing for your grandfather.
Well, it's my great grandfather actually.
That's your great. That's
Oh wow.
ooh.
He came from Galicia, and my grandfather followed him into the floral trade, and my father became an electrician. So here we are. Everybody told me when my father died last month that You have to-
I'm sorry.
no, that's all right. That's all right. You didn't know. Everybody told me you have to have this picture because it looks like you, and I said that's creepy as fuck. That's so strange. I have this picture of my ancestor because he looks just like me in this one part. Thanks.
Was
But,
your father sick, or was it sudden?
It's difficult to say. It's just like the other thing we're going to talk about. It's a long
Mm-hmm. Okay.
conversation. Basically, he decided that after the divorce in 2006, he was going to move out on his own. He lived for a while in Milwaukee. He couldn't do what he did before because of his age. He became a long-range truck driver, which suited his temperament for quite some time. He earned a certain amount of money, and my brother convinced him that he needed a place to live. He couldn't just live in the truck for
Okay.
for his nature, as it were. So he moved up north, and it's like very, very far north Wisconsin. It's very difficult to get to unless you have a car, and I don't have a car. So I haven't seen him for some years, but we did talk regularly on the phone.
Okay.
So we had a good relationship, but it was difficult that I couldn't see him personally.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
But last month, it was hard. But as I was just saying to my friend earlier today, this conference was a weirdly appropriate counterpoint to my father's funeral, not least because I was called upon to sing along with my two brothers, going up to the Spirit in the Sky, Spirit in the Sky by Norman Greenbaum,
Love that song.
for my father, right? He had been saying it for how long, right? That he wanted people to sing that at his funeral, right?
Aww.
And so we sang that at his funeral, and everybody appreciated that. But and then I was camping, and and Graham wanted Signs and Wonders performed, and I didn't feel that I wanted to be a part of that.
Mhm.
I kind of did, but I was a little thankful that my throat was very sore that night that they were practicing. But then, so here's the thing. I was just saying to my friend, the night before we sang for my father's funeral, we were terrible, my brothers and I. But we pulled it together, and we did a good job, at least. That's what people say. I saw the guys performing Signs and Wonders the night before, and it's what you would expect. But then the day of, they pulled it together. They were amazing. I mean, my table was right next to them, and I thought, where is this coming from? Somebody wants them to do well, and somebody's looking out for them. They were great. I love Signs and Wonders, and I look forward to the next performance. At the next performance in Israel. Oh,
I just had to check on my kitty because she had surgery today.
I'd love
Oh,
to have met your kitty. I was so
I know.
sorry.
I was so
Go to-
sad.
I wanted to meet his kitty too, and then we didn't have time. But yeah,
Yeah.
okay. So
She all right?
She's sleeping. So she's just zonked, I guess.
we have
Yeah.
to start the list of people that want to meet Jacob's kitty, and she's got to have her own YouTube channel, like all the famous.
Cat cam.
So
24/7 live stream of the Valley of the Shadow of Death.
So I actually had Happy Cam over Happy's for a while, like over Happy's bed.
Yep.
So I am wondering how they're gonna get along. I'm going up to get Happy and bring her back, and I'm sure they're gonna love each other, but they haven't met yet. So
So everyone can stop making fun of you for abandoning your dog.
I didn't abandon her.
I know, but everyone said you did. I think Paul was teasing you about that.
I loved getting pictures that he received, of Happy having fun, because we'd see her sitting in his apartment and laying down in his apartment and sleeping in his apartment, and then these pictures start showing up, and she's running around and full of energy.
Oh yeah, she
She's just
loves
enjoying her life.
Mhm.
Trey. I'll put you back on when your stuff starts working. But yeah, Happy, like, she loved the snow. I'm going to go get her because it gets really warm where she is,
Mhm.
and she has double coat. I don't think she'll be able to stand the heat.
Oh yeah. What kind of dog is she?
She's some sort of shepherd mix. I think there's some Rottweiler in there. Yeah, she's mine.
My parents also have a shepherd.
Yeah. Happy. So
Shepherd and border collie.
Happy was, yeah. I think. Well, I'm not sure it's German Shepherd. She might be some like border collie or some sort of.
Or
Well-
could she be Anatolian shepherd?
Are you asking because? Why
No,
are you
I'm asking
that?
because that's what my parents' dog primarily is in terms of look.
Oh, I thought you were asking because of my dream to one day breed Anatolian shepherds.
No, I didn't know about that. We have a dog that was like the puppy of our friend's dogs.
Yeah, so Kangal, the Anatolian Shepherd, is the native dog from the mountains my father's family is from. And for some reason I have this
Do I gotta go?
this love for Anatolians, and that, like, if I were breeding dogs, if they were, well, I don't believe in conformance breeding. I only believe in performance breeding. I wouldn't conformance breed a dog, but I would definitely start with Anatolians.
Now I feel like I need to show you my parents' dog.
I love Anatolians and I love poodles.
Hey.
There's Trey.
Hello.
By the way,
Hello.
Bazani, you're on my way
Let's
up to
figure it.
Vancouver, aren't you? I should
Oh,
come and
there's-
visit you.
Say hi, Hazel.
Oh, cutie pie.
Say hi.
Okay, gonna have to make her big.
There you go.
Oh my God! Wait.
Can I turn
Yeah.
my camera?
Oh
No.
my God. No. Face the dog.
Face the dog.
Yep. I
There
know.
we go.
Dog
Oh my
cam.
God. Cutie.
Say hi, Hazel.
Okay, Hazel would not. I'm guessing she would not work with a traditional Kangal wolf collar. Have you seen those?
I don't think so.
So Anatolians traditionally wear these wolf collars with like big, huge spikes.
Oh, you look more.
Yeah, because they shepherd in pairs, and there are bears in those mountains, and they are really fierce guardian dogs. So, oh, Bazani, yeah,
Yeah, Hazel is a pretty loud guarding dog.
yeah. How many pounds is she?
How many pounds is Hazel? 70 or 80?
70 or 80? Yeah.
She's a pretty big girl.
Happy's 80 pounds. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Happy's 80 pounds.
Yeah, she's got like lab and border collie.
Yeah. Yeah, she's definitely not full Anatolian. Yeah.
No.
I love it.
I'm on a YouTube stream right now. If you look at the camera, you will end up on YouTube. Fair warning. No, that's fair.
Alright.
I just wanted to let you know before you put your head into it.
So with that in mind, I said I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, Jacob. I will say hello next time.
I
And
forgive
obviously,
Okay.
if it's Israel, you'll see me. I'll stand out like a sore thumb.
you. How will you stand out like a sore thumb? And I am hoping that there will be
You already
at
know what
least-
my face looks like.
Yes, well, I'm really bad at remembering names and faces.
Well, how are
But
you?
we'll figure it out. And Israel, I'll probably actually have a list of people attending before they attend. But I am hoping for 5,000 people showing
I
up.
heard you say that. the other
Going
day.
up every time.
That's a lot of
What you
people.
said, Sandy. I thought, what was it, 2,000? Now it's
One-
5,000.
I
really
said
wanted
minimum of
2,000.
1,000.
One.
Okay, if it's less than 1,000 people, I am going to be disappointed. If it's 2,000,
Well, when,
that's good.
When Richard's
it's-
dad drove me to the airport,
Yes.
he and Richard both said,
Yeah.
"We'll think about it." So that's 2 and maybe 3. So we'll see.
We'll see. We'll see once we start taking non-refundable deposits.
I mean, what you
and-
said,
and I'm
is true,
serious.
right? It's
What?
1,000 in the off season, maybe.
Yeah. Well, from Canada it might be a bit more, but from the United States, at least from New York and LAX, you can usually fly for like round trip $800 or $900 to
So
One-
ORD
one
is probably around
stop.
there.
It cost me almost that much to fly to Utah this March.
Well, yeah, I mean, there are a lot more flights going. Well, you have to understand, part of the thing is people.
No, this is me being mad about Utah, not being like
Yeah.
not anything else.
There are constant flights to Israel, and
Mhm.
yeah,
You wanna hear what happened?
what happened?
I want to hear what happened.
The Classical Association of the Middle West and South, CAMWIT, had their conference in Utah this year. Kind of hosted by Brigham Young University, kind of not, because a lot of people weren't comfortable with that because Mormonism and classics not mixing super well right now. They scheduled it the same weekend as the mandatory Mormon conference. So everything was insanely expensive because everybody was in Provo, Utah.
Interesting. Yeah, so LobsterCon is happening this summer, and most people did not know that Thunder Bay had so LobsterCon is the Mormon Jordan Peterson fan club convention that they've been having every year for the past 6 years.
I did not realize that was the thing.
I didn't either until recently.
I'm not like surprised. It kind of tracks, but I didn't realize.
So yeah, so LobsterCon, they almost didn't have one in 2022. So Ethan was the only Mormon who was at Thunder Bay, but he had LobsterCon at Thunder Bay so that they didn't lose a year. And then this year they're having it in the summer as normal, but I offered to help them, and we'll see what we do. But I think the next
after Jerusalem, the next one I think is actually going to be at BYU. Like the next one that I help organize is going to be LobsterCon at BYU.
Not the next like TLC conference.
Yeah, the next TLC conference is going to be.
Oh, it'll be
LobsterCon.
LobsterCon?
Yes, at BYU. And Trey is incredibly excited about this.
Yeah, I definitely. I don't know if I can say that.
Well, Trey's waiting for us to have one at a what are they called? At a Witness International.
Yeah, convention. Yeah.
Yeah. We can have a TLC meeting at a JW International Convention. Yeah.
Yeah.
What is the
Emma
goal?
sounds really doubtful.
I'm just confused with the goal. I feel like making it too connected to other institutions would like hurt it.
See, this is because you don't think you're so Zale Keldon actually. Okay, so now I'm gonna have to pull up Zale's
You're so
Twitter.
glad you didn't miss this, aren't you?
So Zale's Twitter. So Zale Keldon. There is no arc of history, nothing is inevitable. And I responded, not in a materialist world, no, but some of us are messianists. Some of us are messianists. I raise my hand. And the fact that I have to point out to Christians that the word Christian literally means messianist.
No, I
Yeah.
get that.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to to determine if the word has a meaning beyond, because sometimes words mean more than they literally mean.
Only sometimes.
And sometimes more than others. How about that? And I don't want to commit myself to it without knowing what you mean by it.
I mean somebody who believes in the coming of the Messiah.
Okay. Then
I
yeah,
was going to
I
say,
will.
Jake is planning on holding one of these everywhere that he wants touched by the light of God. And he's slowly taking over the world this way because he takes his Jewishness very seriously.
I'm hoping that that's the goal and not, because sometimes you hope that's what's going to happen, and then actually what happens is the other institutions pull apart the thing you're trying to bring them.
Yeah, and look, there's definitely there is reason for caution and there is reason to be worried, but somebody woke up.
Oh, hello, Shadow.
Oh, ears.
Did you actually wake up? No, she's half asleep.
Around.
My cat had to get teeth out recently, and she staggered around.
So I put her coat on, and she spent a long time taking it off, and then I put it on again, and she took less time taking it off.
You're just making her smarter.
Well, even though I didn't ask the vet, I decided to use bitter apple because she was licking her wounds, and cat tongue is very, very sharp. So, yeah, I am going to see if she wants to be held.
Oh, I miss Kitty.
I'll chip in if we go to the Black Hebrew Israelites, their convention. And we post it there.
Well, if they invite me, I don't mind, but I'm not a huge. I'm not very popular among the Black Hebrew Israelites, I have to say.
Neither am I.
Although yesterday we went to, I went with one of the guys to the Santa Monica Pier, and there were the witnesses at the same place we saw them when we were at the pier, Trey, and it was two black women who were standing there. Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
Trey, you've got to sign this guy.
Hey, Jacob, just for fun, I was
I
going to
do?
Yeah, the icon that you gave
Your-
me. You got to sign it, man. At least on the back.
Just
Can I
for
trade you
fun,
I was going to share a cat thing somebody sent me to your Discord. Where should I put it? It's kind of cool.
usually memes.
Okay, it's just, and it's not a meme, but it is kind of cool, and it would fit there.
But cats just are mean.
Let's see if it goes. No, that's not that one. I'll find it. There's another one. That's
All right. So while Sandy is figuring that out, I'm going to say goodbye to everybody.
Goodbye.
Thank you, Jacob. Thank you, Andrew, Trey, Emma, and Sandy.
Don't be a stranger, Ben.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
Have a good one.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Oh, just waking up.
It's waking up.
Andrew, we can hear the people behind you.
Tell them.
They sound very happy.
You got
They
girls
do.
in your room, Andrew?
I,
I hope they're Orthodox.
no comment. I said to several men this weekend, I prefer you get married before you knock anyone up, but I'll take it the other way around too.
As long as both happen.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, basically. Chazi says, good evening, kids. I can't wait for Donnie to come on YouTube. He's a very private person,
Oh yes.
but Donnie on YouTube would rock because he spent many years studying in yeshiva and he knows his Torah, and I would love to see him and Chazi go at it. So now we have the third member of our rabbinic court, Chazi, Yosef, and Donnie, although his real name is Daniel Shalom. And yeah, so now we have an official rabbinic court for this little corner.
Nice.
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 So Trey, say something wise or otherwise.
Or I get kicked. Do you know the quote, blood is thicker than water?
I have heard that quote. Yes, I don't actually know where it's from.
The real quote is actually, the blood of the covenant is thicker than water. So
Really?
it actually means, it means the total opposite.
What I've even heard is the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb.
Yeah.
Huh.
Where is this from?
I don't know. I need to.
I would
At-
Google it, but some of us have our hands full with a kitty.
Cat.
Some of us didn't pack computers to take Ticino camping. Otherwise, I would Google it. Tomorrow, my husband is bringing my laptop, but he's not here yet, and I am at my parents' house.
Where is here, if I may ask?
Michigan.
Good old Michigan.
Are you near Grand Rapids, the holy city of the CRC?
Somewhat University of Michigan area.
Okay. I have good friends who went to University of Michigan Ann Arbor.
Yeah. I applied to their classes program but didn't get in, and heard that it at least a few years ago it was kind of an aggressive
Yeah,
Less
I applied to transfer to LSU yesterday, and I have not gotten a decision yet.
Isn't that a party school?
Well, I'm going online, so I don't think it really matters much. But
Lots of places are party schools for undergrad and undergrad.
Gotcha.
Like University of Illinois is probably.
Shadow is complaining a lot, more than she usually does.
We have unofficial St. Patrick's Day because spring break is always scheduled over St. Patrick's Day, so that the university doesn't have to deal with that. But all the students retaliated by creating unofficial St. Patrick's Day the week before, so that the university still does have to deal with that.
That's funny. Yeah, I actually, so when I dropped Shadow off at the SPCA, the traffic was really bad and USC was on my way. So I stopped at USC and I toured the campus some today. And yeah, the campus is very different than it used to be.
Yeah, I can't believe they made USC there. Like, that's such a crazy place to make it. Because literally, like, nice university and then, like, gangs, like, 10 minutes away.
Well, it used to be a lot worse than it is now. USC bought the surrounding area and has really improved it. But, I mean, USC has been there since 1896, I believe. So, yeah, that campus is pretty old and, like, it's gone through several iterations. This one, HTTPS. Okay. Let's pull up. I know, Kitty. I know. It's no fun having. Oh. Max.
You next year with Shadow.
So I have to catch up on all these memes I haven't seen in forever. Okay, I have to. Let's see. Where we go. Pull this up.
A head start to a lifetime of health with Purina.
Sorry.
Compulsory ad.
Okay, that kitty is really cute.
Have you seen Billy the Cat?
Who's Billy the Cat?
Look at Billy the Cat.
So that cat is signing food.
Billy the Cat?
Mm-hmm, with an I.
Billy the Cat.
You can add, like, talk at the end.
Is this Billy the Cat?
Yeah.
So
With all her buttons.
She's
Kitty. I just don't want to get copyright stricken, but I think.
No.
Oh, yeah.
all right. What on earth is?
Basically, she has all these buttons, and each of them says words. Bye. So.
Oh, so like when something happens, she goes and.
Yeah, so like there are buttons for like food now. They started adding like emotion buttons too, which I don't know how I feel about that. So there are videos of like food now. No, Billy, dinner 15 minutes. Mad.
That's hilarious.
It is very fun.
Kitty. I know.
Oh, poor baby. And the tail goes.
Yeah, her tail's going, so she can't be too unhappy. But she she's also like meowing, which she almost never does.
Yeah, she's probably sore.
Well, her next pain medication is at 11 a.m. So
Gonna have to hang in there.
but everything looks healthy.
It's really funny because my cat like was my mother-in-law, and then she needed more human attention than my mother-in-law could give because my mother-in-law has other cats. So she gave her to me when I moved out on my own. And this cat went from having like barely ever made a sound in her entire life to the most talkative, like pushy cat in need of constant affection that you ever saw in like 2 months. I guess she was just like scared of the other cat. And once she was the only cat in the household, her personality just came out all of a sudden after 10 years.
So Shadow, like, I could leave the door open and she'll like walk a little bit out, but like I've taken her to the mailbox with me, and the minute we leave the house, she starts meowing loudly until we get back.
Oh,
Like, yeah, she's like, whenever we leave the house, she starts meowing loudly and keeps on meowing until we get back. She's not purring. I mean, she's waving her tail, but like wagging tails is not a cat thing.
No.
I don't know why she's wagging her tail.
Cats usually do it just to show that, you know, they're the opposite, that they're not quite themselves, or they're a little.
they're a little bit put out.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, kitty. Sorry.
I've got to go do homework.
You're
Go
going
do
to,
homework.
Yeah.
See you, Andrew.
I'll see ya.
Hey Jacob,
Hey Trey.
have you ever done homework? Have you ever done homework with like 3 girls giggling in the background? I don't think I have. Just saying.
He lives in a dorm, and it's co-ed dorms. One of the funny things when I was at USC was I went to the bathroom, and it was an all-gender bathroom. And I was like, how things have changed.
I was at Hillsdale, and we did not have co-ed.
You went to Hillsdale?
I did go to Hillsdale. That always gives people strong opinions.
I don't even know what Hillsdale is.
So Hillsdale is the epicenter of Christian biblical values in the United States.
Nope, still can't figure out if you think it's a good thing or not.
I get their newsletter.
Oh, Imprimis? We do too, because they sign you up for free when you graduate.
Myself.
I read it when it's on something interesting. I do not always. I'm not always
take a
interested by their
look.
topic.
I always take a look at it because I like to know what Hillsdale thinks is important this month, but I don't always read it, and I read it less than I used to.
I'm wearing my Hillsdale College t-shirt.
So Hillsdale refuses to take any money from the federal government whatsoever, so that they can maintain their independence.
Yep.
Oh, I thought it was for like biblical reasons. No, it's for other reasons.
No, it's not for witness reasons. Like, they're
Oh.
fine with pledging allegiance to the flag and stuff.
No, I was just
I
saying
think-
separation of church and state, but hey.
Yeah, they're
Okay.
more, I
The-
think, in the theonomy camp. I mean, and
Yeah. Maybe. They're very much like classical liberal tradition. Classical liberal arts tradition. It's funny because like there's one side of Hillsdale that like they show to the donors
Mhm.
and one side of Hillsdale that students see, and they're often very different.
Really interesting.
Oh, you're
Because-
giving me
How?
secrets.
They play up like Republican,
Mm.
conservative, very party line. But then on campus, there's a lot more different opinions and a lot more Catholic than anyone expects.
I actually, so I was wondering about that. I actually thought, Kitty, no. Okay. I am going to spray more bitter apple to try to keep her from licking
Yeah.
her wounds. I will be back.
Oh.
Poor baby.
Mhm. I used to have cats. I remember that. Those were hard days.
My mother-in-law lives near an apartment complex full of not very nice people who will adopt cats. And then once they get big enough to like not be cute and fun anymore, they'll kind of just like abandon them. So my mother-in-law has like 6 cats and she's found them all like around.
Yeah.
So what I was saying is, I actually suspected that Hillsdale would have a lot of conservative Catholics.
Yep.
It only makes sense to me because the Catholic schools in the United States have failed to be Catholic. And,
Many of them, yeah.
Yeah. And as I understand it, Hillsdale isn't officially like any sort of seminary or affiliated with any particular denomination
Nope.
of Christianity.
It was founded by Baptists, Free Will Baptist, but it's now non-denominational. It gets really funny because there are a lot of very passionate students about many things, but especially about their faith. So we kind of regularly replay the Protestant Reformation over the lunch table.
Interesting.
You get in a lot of arguments that are just rehashing that.
Interesting. So, what are you denominationally?
I'm Catholic.
You are Catholic. So how come you don't go on Father Eric's?
I do. That was the first one I went on.
Oh. Okay.
This is the first time I've been on a non-Father Eric.
I see. I don't always watch Father Eric streams, although I try.
I've only been on there like 3 times. Yeah, when he did the big like middle of the day Wednesday one, I was on there. And that was also the day my sister went into labor with my first niece. So there's actually like there's a clip of us, or I guess I could make a clip, but in the middle of it, like we prayed.
So are you a TLM Catholic?
Not exactly, mostly because there's no TLM nearby my home. But also Father Eric and I occupy the same interesting space of believing that both traditionalists and charismatics occupy an important place within the church and should both be allowed to do their thing within the church.
Charismatics. That's the first time I've heard
TLM contrasted with charismatics?
Charismatics do a lot of praise and worship music.
Okay. Okay.
So I actually got married at a charismatic church. And it's actually really funny because like the first time I watched a Father Eric stream, he was talking about how he went to seminary in Detroit, and like half the seminarians came from this one parish in the Diocese of Lansing, and it was this one like charismatic Catholic parish, and I was like, hey, that's where I got married.
Oh. So is that related? What's the name of that Supreme Court justice who's a charismatic Catholic? What's her name?
Amy Coney Barrett?
Yes.
I
Is
didn't know
that-
she was. I guess Notre Dame does have charismatic. I'm not familiar with the charismatic scene.
Yeah, she's part of a Amy.
Oh, you know, I did read one article. I just
Yeah,
don't-
people made a big deal over the fact that she was a charismatic thing because she belongs to like because she speaks in tongues and that scares people a lot.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It kind of scared me the first couple.
Yeah, so she belongs to people of praise.
Wait,
That's right. So yeah, Christ the King is not specifically in that group.
Mhm.
That's I think a smaller group within the larger charisma. And I don't know much about like it in particular. But people get very upset about charismatic Catholics a lot, especially traditionalists, because they're a sign of Protestants infiltrating and influencing.
So,
That's hilarious.
according to Wikipedia, Catholic Charismatic Renewal is a movement within the Catholic Church that is part of the wider charismatic movement across historic Christian churches. The renewal has been described as a current of grace. It began in 1967 when Catholics from Duquesne University attended a Protestant worship service and claimed to have been baptized in the Holy Spirit. It is heavily influenced by American Protestantism, especially Pentecostalism, with an emphasis on having a personal relationship with Jesus, deep emotional experiences, and expressing the gifts of the Holy Spirit. So,
It's so funny listening to that because like I've been involved in a number of Protestant charismatic circles, and I always thought it started with the Catholics.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. That was the impression I had from some of the history coming out of.
Yeah. My husband's family is very deeply charismatic. I didn't know they were charismatic Anglican, but his grandfather is a charismatic Anglican
Got married in
bishop.
one of those.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes they're called Celtic Anglican.
Okay. So I probably shouldn't even say this, considering I'm divorced. But we were married in a tiny little charismatic Anglican church with one of the more famous Anglican priests in that area, and my now ex-husband's rather famous. Been on TV and almost went to Israel with him, Pentecostal pastor in a
Oh, wow.
ceremony.
wow.
So what went wrong with that? Sorry, Jacob. Lots to think about.
see, when I told Donnie that Catholics don't believe in divorce, he was like, like religious Christians in general don't believe in
No,
divorce,
Totally.
but that Catholics rather than divorce get annulments. He was like, he was very, very surprised.
That's what Father Eric's going to be doing.
My lengthy workup to actually leaving was for that very reason. I don't believe in divorce. Not real. I mean, not the way people talk about it. I think it happens, but I don't think that that's because people count it as being as easy as all that. Well, it certainly shouldn't be if you're walking a faith life. You have a lot to contend with.
So, like, divorce is very rare in Orthodox Judaism. Who put Antonio on my channel? Oh, I did.
Hey,
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 Anthony.
how's it
Hey,
going?
Anthony.
It's
I'm doing.
Anthony with a silent H, not a silent H. It's
Silent
a
A silent hate.
H.
I've
Yes.
been
And
trying
it
to get
doesn't
to
go at the
sleep.
beginning.
It's 4 a.m. over here, and I'm still in California time, so I thought I'd join. But I might turn my camera off and just listen and see how it goes. But it's nice to see you all. It's nice to see Emma and Sandy on a stream. Hey, fancy
Yeah.
And
Nice
Trey
to
is
see you.
hiding behind the steering wheel.
that? He's in the
Oh.
dark like Batman, hiding.
Where are you driving, Trey?
I'm driving home.
So you're coming over to my place?
Not yet.
You're welcome to come over to my place if you like, but
California time. That's fine.
You were pretty deep in conversation when I interrupted. So where were you? What were you saying?
We were talking about marriage, divorce, and faith, and something that Jacob told the young men, and he often is telling them.
Get married. Get married at all costs. It doesn't matter. Don't let anything get in your way. Get married.
so Antonio got the full Jacob get married treatment over the weekend. I didn't actually make him buy a ring while he was here because I think he should go ring shopping with his girlfriend, and actually, like, you should spend a few $100s getting a ring, but
Yeah.
but I one of the things I told him is to buy a cheap version of a ring and that your wife can wear for daily use, and then when you have the money, you can buy her a very, very expensive one to keep in the safe.
And don't forget to get it insured. I've had this advice.
Yeah.
Who did things like that. I did not.
Ooh.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I recommend the insurance, but if you're going to get it insured, I also recommend getting it insured by an insurer who will replace it as opposed to one who will give you the money, because that's a ton cheaper and actually better.
Yeah. I should probably look into changing.
Yeah, I used to represent a company. I think it was called JIB. That did that type of insurance. They won't give you the money. They will replace your exact whatever you have. Exactly.
Well, that's what I want.
That's what most people would want, and it's a lot cheaper insurance because, like, money and that stuff is difficult.
Yeah. Yeah, I had to talk my husband down from a full 3 months salary worth of ring.
You talked him down.
I talked him down to something that I wouldn't be absolutely terrified to wear.
Yeah. That makes sense.
So.
I'm not sure if it was Bazani who mentioned. It might have been Haga. It might have been somebody else who mentioned, like, having his wife wears one that is a replica, that is like a costume replica of her actual ring, so that she can wear it every day and not worry about it. And then, like, she has the actual one for, like, if she wants to wear the actual one.
There's something I don't like about that. Maybe I'm just a little too Catholic for, like, substitutes for sacrifice. Which engagement rings technically aren't, but wedding rings are, so it kind of feels like it.
Well, the wedding ring is not the solid, it's not the engagement ring, which is very expensive. A wedding ring is usually just solid and gold, and it's far, far less expensive than the what you call it, diamond.
Oh, that's pretty.
Yeah. Oh, that's not a diamond though.
No.
No,
sister's wasn't either.
I didn't want a diamond. I like color.
Is it an emerald?
It is.
That's nice. My sister and her husband, I don't know who they used, but his family was they worked at, his mom made wedding dresses, his aunt made the wedding cakes, and they probably knew somebody because they got a custom made with different colored stones. They just went out and said, we want this, and that's what they got.
Apparently,
Yeah, it's becoming more popular.
Well, first of all, Matthias, who was supposed to be there at the thing and isn't there. So Bazzani says, it's not a costume one. It's white gold with cubic zirconium. Cost a couple of $100 versus whatever the real one costs.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Apparently, either there are green rubies that are more expensive than emeralds, or there are red emeralds which are more expensive than rubies. But one of those two is true.
That's interesting. Yeah. My husband actually correctly guessed or figured out. I don't know how he did it. He figured out exactly what I was thinking I wanted in an engagement ring without talking about it at all. Just one day he was like, "Hey, what do you think of these?" And I was like, "That is actually everything I ever dreamed of."
Aww.
And so I always have to brag about it for that.
Aww.
That's a good sign. You're on the same wavelength.
Yeah. Because I was expecting to have to talk to him and explain that I know it's traditional, but I don't want a diamond. I think they're kind of boring looking. I like colored stones better.
I like pink diamonds.
Ooh,
those are pretty.
Nice.
So I feel this is the opportune moment to turn Jacob's question on himself. What steps are you taking, Jacob, to find yourself a potential partner and then to get married?
I am trying, but my situation is rather complex in ways that I have spoken to several people in this corner about, because they do ask me about it, but I don't discuss publicly.
Oh.
I have no idea what his situation is, but I have told him I'm praying for him. So anybody who likes a challenge.
Thank you for praying for me. And honestly, if you pay enough attention, it should be easy enough to guess what exactly the situation is. But at the same time, it's not something I talk about publicly.
It's all the Magic the Gathering cards.
That must be it, yes.
Yeah, they don't want the alpha nerd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I almost got married twice. I was engaged twice.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Whoa! I did not know this.
Yeah.
Is this in the thousands of hours of backlogs that I need to go through?
I think I have spoken about it a few times. Like the second engagement, when it fell apart, I became very depressed, and so that was a huge deal. Well, both of them were big deals in my life, but the second engagement was a huge deal in my life. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear it didn't work out. As much as I'm joking and poking fun at you.
Yeah. Well, life is life, and frankly, I have to say that while at the time it was absolutely crushing, so I don't know how many of you I told the story about my car crash a month ago.
Yeah, sorry to hear about.
Yeah.
So this morning I was saying Psalms for Robertson Stillman's back, and I got a message that she had died over the weekend on Saturday, and she was buried on Sunday. So there are a lot, and the reason I bring that up is over the past certainly 4 years, certainly 2 years, certainly 6 months, certainly even the last month, I just feel like I have been able to see, looking back over like my entire life, now looking back at age 45, and a lot of things that I didn't understand and were incredibly painful, now they're not as painful. Part of the reason I've been crying for like days now, since Sunday, is so many of the things, like including this painting, so many things seem to be coming together. And so it's kind of weird and funny, but what I thought was, like, I imagined a certain life for myself, and when that fell apart, I was like, oh my God, how, like, what does God want? And now I see in retrospect, like, so I was hoping to become a rabbi at a particular campus of a particular university, and over COVID, that that university actually closed down. Yeah, it's funny.
Wow.
Like, yeah. So like, it's weird, but like, I thought I would spend the rest of my life being a rabbi at that university, and like, that definitely wouldn't have happened because that university would be closed now.
Yeah.
So it's so Chazi says you are placed between Bina and Etzah. Good place to be. So there's a Mishnah which says that, which gives ages. Like, it says at the age of 5 you start learning Torah, and so it says at age 40 you come to Bina, which means understanding, and at 50 you come to Etzah, which means advice. And yeah, I'm about to turn 46, and Chazi is saying you are between Bina and Etzah, which, good place to be. And I have to say, the Yanuka turned 35 recently. I am hoping that once he turns 40, he will feel more. Oh, Chazi, did you meet up with my cousin and give him the book? My cousin is in Israel, and I have been waiting for one of the Yanuka's books for a long time. Chazi sent me one, and it got lost in the mail. So my cousin, yeah, I know. It's like, I was waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting, and finally gave up on waiting. And so Chazi's giving it to my cousin too. What?
Mm-hmm.
What? What? Oh, Chazi, you can give it to my rabbi. My rabbi's in Israel right now. Yeah, give it to him.
Impressive caravan needed just to get one book to Jacob.
Anybody in Israel know Jacob Federacci? I have a book I desperately need to send him.
I can't find the book here in the United States.
Dear.
Well, I mean, if it comes down to it, I have at least one person I could talk to through a series of connections who is in Israel.
Yeah, but like, that person has to come back to has to like bring the book to Los Angeles. I mean, I guess Chazi could try shipping it again, but like, the fact it got whatchamacallit, it got lost in the mail.
Not confidence inspiring.
I'm guessing somebody saw, international package, must be something valuable. Opened it up, was like, and threw it away. Yeah. A book in Hebrew that they don't understand, and threw it away.
Thank you for sharing your difficult situation and history and emotions with us. I do appreciate that. It's not easy.
Oh, you obviously don't watch this channel much. I sit here and cry like a little girl, like 24/7.
I've seen a lot of anger. I've not seen a lot of vulnerability.
He's getting much better at it.
Hey.
Yes, I am much better at my anger than I used to be.
Sure, that's what I meant.
Sorry, kitty.
Better at getting
I think
angry?
it was actually when everyone was teasing you about your dog was when I was like, maybe Jacob's not so scary. Because like part of why I haven't come on this channel before is like I was scared of you. I was very intimidated.
I'm intimidated by me. I mean, somebody this good looking. Yeah.
Yep.
It's also occurred to me, how did you get here?
What do you mean?
To this little corner.
Jordan Peterson, like everybody else.
Okay.
Not me. You can't say like everybody else.
Like almost everybody
One
else.
person means
How'd you get here if not Jordan Peterson, Sandy? Oh, CRC? Uh-huh.
Yeah, I usually go.
Your sister's behind you.
What? Which one?
Well, I'm
Not
guessing
that
it was
you
your
can
sister.
answer that.
Which one? Yeah, that's right.
There are two here. Hey, I'm on YouTube.
Hi, Emma, sister.
Here, I'll take my earbuds out.
Hi, Emma's sister. Come and say hi to us.
Hello.
Who are
These
you?
are my friends that I made over the weekend. This is my little sister Hannah, who was very surprised that I can't do camera angles. That I was on YouTube before her. She was like, I told her about this, and she was like, of all of us that I expected to be on YouTube, I thought it would be me.
Well, I really thought it wouldn't be you. I don't know why.
So, Hannah, tell us about yourself.
Well, sorry.
Eat. No. Okay, so chocolate ice cream is far, far more important than anything we're talking about. So don't wolf it down, like savor it, and then you can tell us all about yourself.
A moment.
I'm a senior in high school. I graduate on Thursday.
Mazel tov.
Thank you. I'm going to Franciscan University of Steubenville in the fall.
What are you going to
We're
study?
very Catholic over here.
Yeah.
What are you going to study?
Education and a minor in music.
So good.
Okay, I'm going to do the Jacob thing and tell you, do not ever major in education. Don't do it. Don't do it. The whole education industry has been incredibly corrupted, and a lot of the stuff you will learn in education. Like, I understand wanting to get an education credential because it's useful, but you might want to do something like a music major and see if you can get a credential with that as opposed to education.
Oh,
Because
he's not wrong. There's a reason Hillsdale only has an education minor.
Yeah.
Because you should know something to teach.
Exactly. Yeah. So if you're gonna do music, I would just do music. What are you doing? Performance or what kind of music?
Music ministry.
Music ministry. Ooh. Catholic music ministry?
Yep.
She's the most charismatic of us.
I am indeed.
My mom jokes that there are like 3 Catholic personalities, and she has all of them represented among her daughters.
So Father Eric's father is a permanent deacon.
That's right.
And he has a men's group, which I think includes like a type of choir. And Father Eric, somebody composed like something
That's what he starts his live streams with. Is somebody composed something for his ordination mass? I think, if I'm remembering correctly. Am I remembering correctly, Sandy?
I think so.
I knew I hadn't heard that
We
choral
talked about it.
arrangement of Godhead Here and Hiding before, but it's one of my favorite hymns, which is like half of how I started actually committing to watching more of his streams, because I was like, that's my one regret about my wedding, is I wasn't able to work that hymn in.
Father Eric's pretty cool, so you might want to. He does a stream 5:30 my time, which I don't know what time your time.
8:30 your time.
All right.
Yeah, so he does a live stream Sundays at 8:30 your time.
But maybe not over the summer.
Right, because he's in canon law school. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, his bishop sent him to canon law school.
Very cool.
So why'd you say he's?
Oh yeah, you should go do
Yeah,
that. She came down earlier and narrowly avoided me.
Yeah.
YouTube.
No, I just remembered. I heard voices, so I thought she might be down here, but I have to tell her that I'm home before she freaks out.
Yes, you should do that.
Bye, Hannah.
Bye. It was nice to meet you.
It was very nice meeting you. So, why'd you say that he's going to be doing annulments? Is that what canon lawyers mostly do?
It is, yeah.
That's
a
sad.
lot of
It's
a lot
terrible.
of the day to day. Well, because it's the kind of the thing that comes up most often day to day in the diocese that requires the oversight of a canon lawyer. There are definitely other things as well, and he'll be like, he won't be doing it like 24/7. He was saying that in his diocese, you only have to do canon law like once a week. You spend one day a week on canon law, and the rest of the time you're like a normal priest. Which he's happy about because he doesn't want to spend 24/7 doing canon law.
That would be depressing if it's only annulments. What else do they do?
Yeah. See, the only other thing I know that canon lawyers do is write think pieces on liturgy.
Really interesting.
And whether, like, how much liturgy can change and what is legitimate to do to liturgy. And
So, is the canon lawyer also usually the censor?
I don't know.
Because I am really big into imprimaturs, and I wish, like, actually, like, there were more dioceses bothering to, like, issue nihil obstats and stuff. So, at the censor for a diocese,
I like those too.
yeah, is the person who.
I want to say no. I want to say those would be two completely different jobs.
Yeah, I think Father Eric would be really good as censor.
I think he would. He's also going to be like secretary of liturgy, so he gets to plan all the like big complicated liturgies that the bishop has to get involved in. I think he's more interested in that than in the canon law.
Honestly, when I heard he's being sent to canon law school, I was like, the bishop's training him to be the next bishop.
It's possible. It's possible.
And then he'll be one step closer to being pope.
Okay, but if you want him to successfully become pope, you really need to not be so vocally pro him becoming pope. Like, I'm sorry, but it is just kind of a state of the church and the world. It would probably make it harder for him.
So I was talking to John Vervaeke. I'm like, yeah, there's a reason I never invite you on my channel. He's like, I would come on your channel. I'm like, yeah, I think you would. That's why I don't invite you. I'm trying to protect you.
Uh-oh.
Well, okay. I don't think.
Not John Vervaeke.
I don't think like you're gonna be tainted by your participation in my channel. Hopefully.
Probably not.
Well,
nope.
I just need to get out with a degree, and then I can figure the rest out later.
Now, what you should not do is start quoting Victor Davis Hanson in classics departments.
No.
Because that will, in fact, make you persona non grata everywhere.
There are a lot of people that I should not start quoting in classics departments.
Yeah, like Plato, Aristotle, Socrates, those dead white men.
Yeah. Okay, great book, The Medieval Mind of C.S. Lewis. Pastor Paul needs to read it.
Do tell.
It's by a guy out of Wyoming Catholic College. It was the moment I realized that the two halves of my world were, or I guess the three halves of my world were one half, or one world. Because he goes through and he talks about all the different like stuff Lewis read and how it influenced his Christian apologetic. Among them being like all the different medieval scholars he read, especially like when I saw Nicholas of Cusa show up in the list of things that had a significant influence on C.S. Lewis, I was like, oh, okay, so my like literary life homeschool mom podcast like side interest and this are actually the same thing, which I kind of knew, but this just like reinforced it. And the whole thing was like, oh, and then the classics degree is also the same thing.
Okay, I have two things to say. First, Trader Joe's dark chocolate bar, really good.
There's no Trader Joe's within an hour of me, and I'm so mad about it.
It's good. It's very good. Almond, pretzel, and sea salt.
That does sound good.
I love dark chocolate. And it's kosher, although it's Chalav Stam. It's fine. I'm not holding by Chalav Israel right now. Second thing I have to say, Nicholas of Cusa, I haven't actually read him. Nate Heil recommended him to me, and I went and looked him up on Wikipedia, and I was like, yeah, I don't like this guy.
I looked him up on Wikipedia too, and I did not see anything that made me go, I don't like this guy. But it literally, like, Vervaeke talked about him, and then, like, a week later, I read about him in this book that I got off another podcast.
He was one of the first German bishops to make Jews wear yellow stars.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
That's I probably skimmed over that part of the Wikipedia article.
Puts me, like, at a not good place with them.
That's fair.
If I remember correctly, I should actually look this up and make sure I'm right. But
there's this book called How to Talk About Books You Haven't Read. And although Jacob hasn't read it, I think he's a massive fan.
What's that?
It's okay. I've not read the book either, and I love it. It's great.
No.
Well, I'm not finding it in his whatchamacallit. I'm not finding it in his Wikipedia, so I might just be wrong and falsely accusing the poor man of things.
Let's see.
Misinformation agent Jacob Saturci.
This happens a lot.
I turn it this way. It's easier.
You gonna work or no? Okay, fine. I'm not too echoey, am I?
No, all good.
Okay. I feel bad. I usually try to use earbuds, but then I took them out when my sister was here because she couldn't hear when I had earbuds in.
I might just be maligning the poor guy.
Let's go back. Meh.
It wouldn't be the first time I maligned a poor guy.
Or
You remember?
Wikipedia article behind your back. Specifically to mess with you in particular.
That might have happened. This is a possibility. Let me see.
Go on jewishvirtuallibrary.org, Nicholas of Cusa.
Yeah, I was actually just looking at that right now.
Ooh, that's scary.
So, German philosopher, theologian, and philosopher was born in Kuz, Germany. He became a cardinal in 1448 at the Ecclesiastical Synod of Bamberg, convened by him in his capacity of papal legate in 1451. Cusa had condoned the regulation obliging Jews to wear a distinctive badge. It doesn't say what that
Okay,
badge
so
was.
he approved it. He didn't necessarily like come up with it.
Yeah. Nicholas knew very well that the Jews' explicit refusal to recognize the messianic character of Jesus, whose appearance on earth was the pivot of his metaphysical history, was an obstacle to the achievement of such harmony. But in the debate, the Jewish speaker agrees. Oh, so he was one of the first ones to do okay. Somebody who's interested in this can actually read it, but like, I did not find him to be I was not plussed by his stuff. So.
Fair enough.
Yes, witnesses did in fact have.
Okay, I
purple
cannot.
tongue.
Yes, none of the ones out here were. I stole her charger. I'm a bad sister. I'll give it back.
Yeah, I have to figure out what happens to basically everything in my apartment while people were here. Does this charger work? Hey, I found my charger. Yay. It's perfect.
Yay!
Wow, Charlie Campbell. Charlie's on his summer break. Charlie is also now an admin on my Discord. So he has to make sure all the bots work. He is the official bot worker on my Discord.
Nice.
And he has to learn how to make biscuits because Charlie Hancock made me biscuits and they were really good. And Charlie Campbell is my second favorite Charlie on Discord because Charlie Hancock made me biscuits and they were really good. So.
What kind of biscuits?
Make sure your butter's cold enough.
Yeah.
Especially if you have warm hands.
So biscuits in the United States, especially in the South, where Charlie Hancock is from, refers to a very particular thing. Yeah.
Not proper biscuits.
Not in any way similar at all. So biscuits in the United States are generally eaten with fried chicken and gravy.
They're almost like scones.
Yeah, but
Right.
They're similar, but no.
Yeah.
Charlie has celiacs. He's not making me biscuits.
Oh.
He probably doesn't own any flour.
Celiac? Silly, Charlie.
Outsource it.
My best friend was just talking about how she's very happy that she figured out how to make. No, stop. My phone is dumb. Okay. My best friend was just talking about how she's happy that she figured out how to make good biscuits. I should get her recipe and tips.
Charlie derailed the discussion. Charlie's such a bad person. Nobody likes Charlie here.
The conversation is now about biscuits and doomed to remain about biscuits.
Okay, but what's the deal with biscuits? Because when I look them up, they're like the same kind of biscuits I would make. They've got like fluffy Southern buttermilk biscuits, Southern biscuits, homemade Southern biscuits. You look at all these things and they're just like biscuits.
Yeah, they're all the same. I mean, aren't they all the same? They're pretty much all the same, aren't they?
Well, I would have thought so, yeah. Who makes biscuits that aren't biscuits? Besides the French, who use it to mean cookies, but you know.
Yeah, that's what the British mean by biscuits as well. They mean cookies. Yeah.
You mean the original biscuit until you heretics split and had a reformed biscuit?
I'm Canadian and I'm already humiliated enough that Jack showed me that when he went up to the northern Cree communities in Quebec, they actually knew how to do proper Scottish style not Scottish Highland dancing, the other stuff they do, and make Scottish fry bread. And I'm like, what? They know how to make bannock and all these things? Like, what? I don't know how to do these. No.
I did speak some to Nate in Chino. Unfortunately, he was the leader of an estuary, so he was very busy. And Sandy had to take his place when we went to Friday night dinner at the rabbi's house.
Thanks.
Yeah. So I invited Nate and his wife to the rabbi's house with us, but he couldn't come because he had to lead the estuary, and Sandy came instead, and she was teaching everyone about halachic man. I'm joking. She didn't actually say much.
He kept telling them that. Now I have to go and reread it again another 4 times.
Actually, it was so. So I thought Sandy was hardcore enough to sit segregated with the women. The table at Hasidic homes is generally segregated. In fact, at least at some of the Hasidic homes I've been at, women and men don't even sit at the same table.
I caught on to that immediately before ever he suggested it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so so Ben, Donnie, and I were sitting with the men, and Sandy was sitting with the women.
The Rebbe says, I'll go get you a chair. And I went, no, that's okay. And intruded on his wife and daughters.
Well, yeah, I mean, so they would have let you sit with us.
I knew that, but that's not right.
Well,
it would totally
no, honestly, I thought you would. I thought it would be better you speaking with the women.
But
yeah. So
and honestly, I already made use of that opportunity in several conversations with other people, including with Yosef today on Bridges of Meaning, where he was explaining Leviathan to people, and I gave them a much better analogy.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah.
I asked because people were doing the typical Protestant thing, and I said, but isn't it kind of like the Rebbe's grandchildren when I referred to them like a litter of puppies and Leviathan playing in the waves? And he went, yeah, absolutely. Context. Yeah. That was so beautiful watching those kids.
Honestly, that Friday night dinner was pretty awesome. I would have invited more people, but the reason I mean, they would have taken as many people as I took, but you have to understand Chabad houses are kind of strange. The reason we were at the rabbi's house in Upland was because the rabbi in Chino, his wife was expecting that minute. And so they didn't know, right? They didn't know if she was gonna go into labor, like in the middle of dinner. And so we were at his parents' house for Friday night dinner. Yeah. But he came on Friday, and he actually came to the church and met Paul Vanderklay and John Van Donk and put tefillin on Donnie. So if you want to see pictures of that, it's on my Discord server. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. It was interesting. It was very, very interesting. And everybody kept on asking me, is Chazi here? He was on the Discord because Chazi did join the Discord for the thing. But like he didn't actually come.
Yeah.
This might be a bit of a tangent, but I was curious about this Randos United channel. What's the deal with that?
So Randos United, it's a channel that has existed before so this is actually the new Randos United channel. It's not the old one. The old one has videos from people, but it was being run by Jeff Pace, who is very busy. And when I started doing the Just Chatting streams, I suggested to Jeff that it could be moved on to his Just Chatting streams, to his Randos United channel. So once the foundation gets going, there's going to be more structure to the Randos United channel than there is now. But part of the whole reason for the foundation is to actually have like an explicit control structure so that it's not Jacob deciding who gets to do Just Chatting streams, because that makes no sense.
Wow, Jacob's giving up control. He's decentralizing power. What's going on?
Actually, no, I'm centralizing power away from me.
Institutionalizing it.
Yes, I am institutionalizing it. Yes.
Away from your de facto dictatorship that automatically arises out of anarchy.
Exactly. Thank you, Emma. Emma gets it. Emma gets it very well. Yeah. So actually, Father Eric, my thing for my poison pill against the woke taking over our foundation was I wanted all the board members to be married couples who had to join as married couples.
Oh.
Yeah. And despite that, Mo, who is going to have Father Eric on there, which I love Father Eric, and if I would have, but like, so I don't see how they're going to fit that into the bylaws. I guess you could say like, either married, what?
Permanent vows.
Yeah. Well, I guess, I didn't even think of that. Yeah. Well, permanent vows of celibacy, I guess. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Married to the church.
Married to the church. Yeah.
That's what happens during an ordination.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's not up to me. So Mo is the executive director and he's making things happen. And I told him that the foundation will be successful when people stop calling it Jacob's Foundation. And this is one step closer to people not calling it Jacob's Foundation anymore. Yeah.
Okay, so you haven't actually mentioned the name of the foundation other than Jacob's Foundation.
Yes, I have. The name of the foundation is Joyful Mother of Children. What?
You haven't since Anthony got on.
That's true.
Okay. So it is going to be called the Joyful Mother of Children Foundation, and Karen Wong donated this image to be used for the foundation.
Sorry, reading.
What's so funny?
Charlie.
Oh, Charlie.
Sorry, but to join the foundation, you have to donate like $100,000. So.
Stop calling it Jacob's Foundation. But that's not going to happen, I think. There.
Well, I mean, It's not Jacobs Foundation anymore. I'm gonna have to come up with an actual Jacobs Foundation, and then Charlie can join that one. But like, yeah, the Joyful Mother of Children Foundation is the English name, and in Hebrew it's Am Habanim Smecha.
What's the goal?
The goal is
Other than
the goal is to the explanations I've given is I want it to be so if you would call the conversations that we have in this little corner pick up basketball games. I want a league where we can have basketball teams and referees. And so think of the Joyful Mother of Children Foundation kind of like the NBA in that term. I've also called it a cathedral, and it's not
was this
my.
before or after Paul Kingsnorth started talking about cathedral as like the antidote to modernity or something?
I think before, but I don't know because I don't listen much to Paul Kingsnorth. And I've been saying it's not a cathedral. It's not. I don't want to be like the bishop of the cathedral. I want a pew that I can sit in that cathedral. And it's going to be a feminine structure, an arenic structure for this little corner.
I got a bit confused with the pick-up basketball metaphor.
What's confusing about the
Like he said almost like a tournament.
Say that again. Hold on. Wait until I have my headphones in. Okay, I have my headphones in.
Yeah.
What?
So you mentioned like pick up basketball and teams.
Mm-hmm.
To my mind, it immediately goes to like a league table and tournaments and trying to win. But I've never really seen these conversations as competitive and with a victor. That's kind of like a debate with like formal rules in my mind.
Okay, so and Raj went a similar thing. He said, "What is the league trophy going to be?" And yes, this is Rajdeep Dosanjh is in fact our local, yet to be initiated Sikh member of the Khalsa. Look, I think anytime you discuss ideas, there is an inherent debate there. There is a competition of ideas, and that's again, I think there isn't enough. So Raj pointed out that when we were at the dining room when we were in the cafeteria, there was the din of friendly conversation, and he asked me if it's like the din of the Beit Midrash, and I said, kind of, but what was missing was a bit of the harshness of the passion. When people are fencing, right? When people are sparring, there's a different din to it than when people are just dancing, right? And so I think part of what was missing is in fact a respectful and ordered capacity to advance and advance thought and our ideas die so we don't have to. And I think that's really, really important. I think it's important for us to be able to, in fact, engage in the intellectual battle. Yes, that's exactly, and that's what everybody said. They're like, so Khezi, yes, we needed you to be there to argue with me. And so, so for me, like the idea of, so people, I started talking to some people. Khezi, I hope you saw my video next year in Jerusalem where I was talking about my vision for the conference next year. By the way, I will be right back.
Ooh, what do we think his emergency is?
Well,
You think he's getting pizza delivered?
oh, it'd be a good emergency.
Oh, this is what happens. He's got a writer off screen giving him notes. Oh.
What does that say?
It says Bridges of Meaning, Gishrei Hitkavnut, July 9th, 2021, Rosh Chodesh Menachem Av, 5781, Shabbat Rosh Chodesh Menachem Av, Tafshin Pei Aleph. And so it is an NCSY Bencher, Ivrit edition. And I had some printed up for the fishing trip. We didn't actually go fishing in Arkansas, where Charlie made me those wonderful biscuits, and I gave them to a bunch of people. This is my last one, but people were asking about the name of the conference in Jerusalem, and frankly, I think Gishrei Hitkavnut might be a very good one, but like Bridges of Meaning, you're going to have to ask the Bridges of Meaning people if they want that name to be used. Rosh Chodesh Av is your birthday. Wow. Now I know why we mourn so much starting Rosh Chodesh Av. Come on. I'm sure you've had that a bunch of times, Khezi. Rosh Chodesh Av is the beginning of a period of mourning in Judaism. Well, won't go into the details of that, but and there's a reason why it's called Menachem Av, which means Menachem means to comfort, and because it's Tisha B'Av is the 9th of Av is the saddest day of the Jewish year. What was I saying? Oh, I was saying as far as the name of, well, first of all, I definitely think we need to get benchers printed up. I think NCSY, when I looked for benchers, NCSY Ivrit edition, I think is the best version. And these were like $4 each. So definitely benchers. And then, so if we do Garth.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. There we
Emma,
go.
do you know Garth? Emma, we didn't hear you.
Emma, your audio is not there.
Yeah. Say something? Still can't hear you. Okay.
Technical issues.
Yes. How are you doing,
Yes.
Garth?
I've been doing well. I've been enjoying the warm weather. So very funny story. In Minnesota, the length of time it takes for it to be winter to immediately green is very, very short because we have extremely good soil in the Midwest. And so there's one person in our estuary group who is from Australia, and he was blown away by that. Like he could like it was he was like it was like winter, and then just a couple weeks later, everything started turning green, and I was like, "Yep, that's exactly what happens in Minnesota."
So Garth, have you bought your engagement ring yet?
No, I haven't. Although, what is it? Her mother is coming to visit in the Twin Cities. So
okay.
It will be myself, her, and then my parents, and so we'll have a little meetup. So
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Garth's girlfriend actually has a YouTube channel.
yes, and she's not Jewish.
Even so, yeah. When I first saw the name of the because it's Chava, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
Yeah. So Chava is the Hebrew for Eve. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Were they just Fiddler on the Roof fans?
She really likes the name. She's aware of the Hebrew and its meaning behind it. And she just kind of adopted it as her internet name.
Gotcha.
So actually I think you could still see it. Yeah, my internet name I adopted is like Gartham, but on the Discord and even online, I just use my real name.
Yeah, I mean, I've got my Arthaniel, so.
You've got what? Sorry?
Arthaniel. That's why there's the both names.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I generally on the internet used to go by Argyris, which was the name of a professor that I liked the name of, and 20 years ago I started using it online a lot. It's actually Greek and means silver. But yeah. What was I going to say about Garth and his? How come your girlfriend doesn't like get involved in TLC stuff?
So at the very least, she's aware of like Paul Vanderklay and who he is. But to be honest, I really don't know. I guess I could always ask her that. I don't always assume that everyone has to be involved in TLC stuff.
How dare you?
Although, yes, I know.
And you have to tell me how much you love this image.
I saw this on Discord. I thought it was beautiful. It's like I love the color contrasts that are going, especially with like her shirt that's orange and the back you just have this like green. I don't know why, but I just like that color contrast difference. And then you've got like the basket, and from the basket it looks like there's like a light coming from the basket. Yeah. I really like that. So yeah, it's beautiful.
It is. Okay, you're allowed on my channel. So when are you buying an engagement ring?
I don't. Not yet. Okay, so she's not visiting me until like the first week of July, because it's at that point when I'll have enough time off work, so that way we can just spend an entire week together. So that's the plan. Well, actually, you can't see it because my jeans are in the way, but I did bring some of my board games back from my parents' cabin, which is where I normally keep them. But
oh, so she's so they're there for when she comes over, so you can make sure she knows enough board games.
She's not. She's okay. So I gotta introduce you to one of these games.
Uh-oh.
So this board game right here.
It's a little too low.
I know. I'll fix it.
Okay. Gotcha.
1862.
Sorry.
This is the most complicated board game that I own. It takes 5 hours to play, and the whole concept behind it is that you are running multiple train companies and buying stocks to earn the most money. And it's crazy complicated. Like
Ticket to Ride on steroids.
It's not even close to Ticket to Ride. It's
So I refuse to play Agricola with my friends because it has too many. It's too complicated.
Wow! What? Like Agricola is too? I refuse to believe that.
It is too complicated. I've told my friends, if it has more than 5 different piece types, I refuse to play it anymore.
Oh, there's so many pieces in this box. But anyway,
I know.
But Uwe Rosenberg, who's like the board game designer of Agricola, he makes fantastic games.
Have you played Thurn and Taxis?
I have heard of that game.
It's one of my favorites.
That sounds familiar.
It's pretty simple though.
Well, one second. What was Jacob's complaint there? There's too many.
Too many piece types. So Euro games, what we call in the United States Euro games, are very complex board games, usually from Germany.
Oh yeah.
No, it's true. It's 100% true. That's why they're called Euro games.
I have a little question for Jacob. This Magic the Gathering you're so fond of, how many piece types do you have?
So yes, Magic the Gathering is very, very complicated. But
I rest my case.
I completely understand, but like Magic, because it's so. For example, there's the board game. I think it's Dominion, which is much like Magic. But
I love Dominion.
I don't.
If you love Dominion, you would really like Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, I know. Half my department plays it.
I do like Dominion too, but I disagree with you that it's like Magic the Gathering.
It's
it
too
kind
simple.
of is.
Dominion is too simple. It's like a simplified version of Magic the Gathering.
Yeah. But
and I hate to tell you this, Charlie, but like chess only has 7 different piece types. So
But also another fun thing that it's not fun per se. So do you know who Klaus Teuber is?
Sounds familiar.
So he is the man responsible for Catan. And he actually passed away just a couple weeks ago.
Oh.
Saw that.
Yeah, Settlers of Catan so it's sold more copies than Monopoly. Would you believe that?
I don't know.
I think I would.
I'm a bit skeptical about that. I almost believe it, but
I think it would, but like a good quarter of them might just be people buying them for their friends in the hopes that their friends will get into it.
the problem with Monopoly is that there's too many people out there who buy Monopoly for the novelty of having a bunch of different Monopolies. Like, they don't actually play them. They just collect them, so to speak.
There's the Disney Pixar one and the old Disney one and there's probably a Lord of the Rings one and the Harry Potter one. And
do they all count as not Monopoly in this statistic about Catan and Monopoly?
Well, okay, I must be wrong because Monopoly has sold 275 million copies and Catan has sold 25 million copies. But I could certainly believe that each year right now, Catan sells more copies than Monopoly does.
In like current year.
Oh, actually, now Catan is at 40 million copies. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Anyway, so yeah, I've got those are the other board games down there. But anyway, yeah. And it's like there's also these like other games, and they're called Splatterspellen games, and they're designed by Dutch people, and they're beautiful. Like the most beautifully designed board games you could ever find out there. Although they're also complicated and long.
You're such a gamer.
Yeah, I will admit to being a board game normie in comparison.
That I used to be super huge into the hobby like a couple years ago. And so I became like a board game connoisseur. And so that I know so many board games. If you throw a name out there, I'll probably know it.
You were living on BoardGameGeek.com, right?
Yeah, pretty much. It's such a good website. Like they do such a good job of maintaining that website and putting
there
relevant
is a
information.
whole microcosm of the world on BoardGameGeek.com that people have never heard of. Yes.
Oh yes,
I've heard of it.
Yeah.
I think I've like poked it with like a 10-foot pole and then run away.
I don't know. It's pretty user friendly. It's great if you want rules clarification on something that isn't specified in a rule book, because you can look at forums and you can see what they say. And
yeah, that's where I've heard of it. There were a couple Dominion rules I had to Google.
Yeah, and if you have a board
Because we
game,
may or may not have gotten in fights.
Charlie wants us Charlie wants us to feel sorry for him. He says, when my girlfriend comes over, social services gets called because it's just me talking to myself at the local cafe for 2 hours. You're a mechanical engineer, Charlie. Mechanically engineer yourself a girlfriend.
Oh, Charlie's a mechanical engineer?
Well, he's studying mechanical engineering.
Okay. I almost was a mechanical engineer, and then I turned into a machinist.
There you go.
I turned into the more hands-on part of the field.
I mean, we've got someone with a physics degree over here going to engineering. No, let's get my hands on, and then actual machinist, actually hands-on. I like it very much.
Yep, pushing. So my whole thing is that if I aerospace, come on, man. Okay, all right. I'm not like those mechanical nerds. Wait a minute, hold on. Aerospace engineers are far more nerds than mechanical.
I was about to say, my
sorry,
dad's an aerospace engineer.
I gotta
so.
disagree with you on that one.
I think that's part of his joke.
I know. Anyway, because back when I was doing mechanical engineering, all the time I heard in college was that aerospace was like one of the more tougher engineering degrees out there.
Yeah, Trey actually also works in thing. Hey, Krish, long time no see. How you doing? And here's our chemical engineer.
Mm-hmm.
Hey.
Oh, yeah, I'm here to set you all straight.
Okay.
I'm honest. I guess I shouldn't be. It just makes me sad. I was not expecting humanities to be so underrepresented around here.
It's a real problem.
Well, I mean,
Jacob loves his literature. He spends all his time focused on it.
I was a social sciences person for a long time, but like the problem is that the humanities have been almost completely corrupted, as have the social sciences. So I think anybody who's pretty sane and expects and isn't going to Hillsdale is going to.
That was a big piece of it.
Yeah, like you would have never been able to like deal with the craziness of humanities if you're sane. Like the only way. So my final project for last quarter for my research class, I had to write something where I was dripping with sarcasm, and I got an A. And if I had written it straightforward as opposed to dripping with sarcasm, I would have gotten failed.
Yeah, I believe it.
I'm probably humanities. I don't know. Psychology, religion, and double.
Software engineering. There you go.
Yeah. But Sandy, you did that how long ago?
Oh, a year or two, like 1980.
Yeah, it was a bit different then.
How's it going, Trey?
Yeah.
So Trey went home as opposed to coming over to my place. It's fine.
I didn't know I could go over there.
It's fine. It's fine.
You know, you're sending mixed signals. At first, you say you only like me, you don't love me, and then now you're saying for me to come over. So, little mixed signals, you know?
First of all, I have to say, you're always welcome, and I love you, but only because God said I might have to.
Okay. Gotcha.
I love it.
Goes both ways.
It's interesting what you were saying about hard sciences and then the humanities, with Jordan Peterson being so influential. And his area of expertise in psychology was psychometrics, which has its issues, but it's the most kind of valid and repeatable area of.
I'm gonna let you guys speak, and I'm gonna go off camera for a while and take care of stuff.
Hey.
All right.
Yeah, so Peterson's expertise in psychometrics, which is kind of the most valid and reliable area within the social sciences. but then how that ended up blending in with the Jungianism as a bridge into a narrative and dramatic interpretation of things. I think there was quite a nice balance there. I don't know.
I did not know that was
What's psychometrics
psychometrics.
for?
Like personality test measuring.
Okay, gotcha.
The big five is psychometric.
Yeah.
You know, I'm gonna say it. I don't think the humanities are that bad. I want to fight Jacob on this just a little bit.
The humanities in themselves are good. The humanities, as instantiated in most American universities, he's not wrong.
I'm with Emma there. And not just American universities. I think formal education all over the world. There's not. I don't think it's even just English-speaking countries.
I keep a running list of schools I'd actually be happy to teach at, and it's not a very long one.
There was this Indian guru on YouTube called Sadhguru, and a fair number of his clips are quote-unquote woke people, like having a go at him for his traditional views and him arguing back with them. And so even in the non-English speaking world, there's this kind of schism within the secular.
Yeah.
How is Sadhguru like conservative? I thought he was like pretty liberal.
Well, you get into the kind of split meaning of what is liberal. And it's kind of ambiguous. Like in the US, liberal can refer to kind of one side of the political spectrum. But there's kind of the tradition of classical liberalism from England. And those two things have kind of diverged quite a lot.
And meanwhile, conservatives love the liberal arts.
I so don't understand any of that, like politics and how people get put into their boxes.
I think it's like, you know, you're born into a family, and your family has politics, and then you adopt your family's politics, and then you get pushback from other people, and then you get exposed to more politics, and then you go on the internet, and that's a bad.
And that's a bad choice.
Yeah,
And
well,
then you go to
yeah.
4chan.
And then you go to 4chan, and that is the evolution of politics.
And then you storm the Capitol, and that's the
And
end.
then
So-
and then you storm the Capitol.
Looking at my familial history, as in where I was born and then where I married into, and the intersection of all of those points, this explains a lot about why I don't understand what you're talking about.
Hi, Izzy.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey.
So we started talking about politics, and Hezi popped on. Wonder how that happened.
Save me, Hezi. They're talking politics. American, nonetheless. And British.
I try to stay connected to American politics as well, since it affects the whole world, specifically
I
Israel.
know. It does. That much I do understand. It's all the what it all means I don't, because once anybody starts talking, I am extremely confused, which I think is part of its plot and its finesse.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, Sandy, that's probably the one thing. If I could wish, I'd wish to be you, just to not know anything about politics, because it's
Well,
a blessing, not a curse.
You might have more clarity on the situation than you realise, Sandy. And you might be seeing.
Run on instinct, and I have learned a thing or two. If you look at what Garth said about family structures and what people believe and how they push this way and that, but I don't have all the labels for it.
It's similar to where it's like, you know, what was it? I kind of grew up in a family where it's like, you know, they like, my parents would not have probably pushed me to like some like, you know, humanities like degree in college. It's like, it's just very career path driven, like college path, which not saying that isn't the case for some people who take humanities, but it's like people who have the career college mindset, you know, they'll go towards something like engineering or something that's guaranteed on some sort of path for a career. Whereas it's like, I can't speak for humanities majors, but I feel like with people who take humanities, it's like part of it. It's like you gotta love what you do to a certain degree. Whereas like if you're on the career path, it's like who cares? I'm just like trying to get a job out of this.
Yeah, it does
Like
not.
I can do the math. I can do the calculations. I can do all the problem solving. You know, I just need a job at the end of the day.
It doesn't fit into the career path for sure, and that's why humanities departments. One of the reasons humanities departments are struggling, because at the same time they've abandoned the idea that things can be good in themselves, and there is not a lot of point studying a lot of things if they aren't good in
There's a particular pattern that you sometimes see with the children of immigrants, where there's a very big focus on becoming a lawyer, an engineer, a doctor. There's very specific career paths within certain cultures, and I don't see becoming a historian or an expert in French literature in that list of careers.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you do like, and it's like if you do decide to specialize on something very specific like French literature, then you really have to stand out then and like stake your claim on that.
And even in terms of growth within an industry, so if there's an industry that's in rapid growth, there's lots of room for new people to fill in there and for salaries to keep growing. Whereas I haven't seen much growth in the professors, the number of professors that there are.
No, there is.
Certain
And that's
subjects.
why
Yeah.
part of why Hillsdale produces so many like K through 12 teachers, because we all like studying this stuff and we think it's really good and important and deserves to be handed on, and the only real concrete job that does that is K through 12 teacher.
Yeah. I kind of ended up in a similar place with my physics degree, where my grade was the lowest one you can get and still pass. And so it's very unlikely I would ever get into any research positions, and realistically I'd just end up as a physics teacher. Should have done some sort of engineering.
As someone who went to law school and
loud.
You are very loud.
You're so loud, Hezzy.
I'm loud.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Me.
How about now?
Still pretty loud.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Just talking a whisper.
Let me maybe 1 second. Is this better?
Yeah, a little better.
All right. I'm sorry. I'll try to speak quietly.
No worries.
Just don't crash.
Right. So I went to law school, and then I went to go work for a big corporate firm doing international law. And it was just, I also didn't think I was going to be the best. And after a year there, I was talking to the partners and I said, you know, you guys just need like another lawyer is that what we need in the market? Just like another, or like if you guys told me I'm some sort of rock star, I'm going to be like the next partner over here. I'm like, but instead I'm just going to be sitting over here for the next few years, never seeing my family. and it just became like ridiculous to me. I also said like I don't like your whole billables is a ridiculous attitude, like doing more hours just so you could bill them. So I bounced out of there and went into design, which was like a very quote unquote risky move. Thank God it worked out. But I am a big believer of selecting a career path, taking into consideration obviously that like people need to make a living and have a roof over their head. But I at the time I was definitely willing to risk making like significantly less money for just a sane life, though. I'm very fortunate that my firm was successful with regards to design, but I can't imagine still being, working from 8 o'clock in the morning till 1 o'clock at night for some German client. I don't know.
That's very understandable. That's very relatable.
Oh, now we got an echo.
Yeah. There are some machinists that I know, and they'll just work 60 hours a week. Like, just all the time. Complete workaholics. And it's like, I'm perfectly fine putting in my 40 hours, and that's it. But, man, the overtime you could make as a machinist is, like, it's really good money. But you're also sacrificing time. So that's the...
Yeah.
the big trade-off.
Speaking of insane times, I should probably go. It's like
Okay.
almost 1 a.m.
Oh no.
Yeah. You're in the same time zone as me then.
Right now, yeah.
Same time zone?
What?
Yeah, that Michigan must be in the same time zone. You must be
Time
in the right.
zones run entirely vertically. Just all the way straight down.
Yeah, but I thought because it's Michigan's west of me that maybe they were like.
Yeah, Michigan's kind of the western edge
Yeah.
of the eastern time. So Illinois is central.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's why it
Well-
confused me because that's kind of just.
Yep.
Well, bye, Emma. It was nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Good talking to all of you. I will talk to you later.
Your niece either, so next time I want a full report.
Oh, yes.
Little-
She's lovely.
Good seeing you on a stream. You should come on
Good to
streams
see
more
you
often.
too. Yeah, I will. Now that I know people or have met some people in real life, it's easy. All right. Good night, everybody.
Good
night.
Good night.
How are you healing up, Andrew?
Starting to like flake off and whatnot, So looks kind of bad right now, but I think it'll get better.
Yeah, it's in the scabbing stage.
Yeah.
Make sure you don't pick at the scabs.
Yeah.
You don't pick it.
But pick it? What?
No, don't you dare. Dare.
Yep.
I have
Yeah.
no tattoos, and even I know that. I hang out with a whole lot of people who do. Yeah.
I remember a big thing back when I used to work at a Bible camp is that a majority of the girls had nose rings. Like tons and tons of nose rings. Super popular.
It's mad.
It was.
I don't get that.
No, they're very cool.
Yeah. So it's who said that? Trey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm young. So.
Paul Vanderclay. Yeah. Hey, Krish, I'm good. Paul says we've got more people. So.
I mean, look, we're not particularly looking to pander to anyone. They are exactly what you expect them to be. They are just chatting streams.
Yep. Pop on, Paul, man. Get some face-to-face time.
Are we clashing with another stream or?
At this hour?
I wouldn't think so.
No.
No. I finally got to meet Paul at the Chino. So.
How did it go?
Fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've come to believe that TLC is just the video reincarnation of the old party line.
I know somebody that shops where I work who has a party line still because it is super cheap. He happens to be the only person on it, but he refused to give it up, so still has it. And no, you weren't scary.
Wait a minute, hold on. I'm trying to think. What is exactly a party line? The old. Sorry.
Way back when they first invented telephones, apparently you had to kind of like.
That. Okay.
One of those things. Yeah, apparently. And yeah, I didn't know any existed still either, but this guy that shops where I work, he came in and says, "Oh yeah, I still have a party line," was telling me all about it.
Okay. All right. Oh, there are 9 people watching on all different channels plus Twitter.
Let's go.
Look, some of those have to be bots, right? I'm kidding. I don't know.
I think 5 of them are Claire Kaw.
That it could be true.
I honestly think that's the best bit. I don't know who she is. And I feel like if I keep saying her name, I'm gonna summon her like the Candyman.
Don't bother too tight.
I can't let Paul slander my channel and get away with it.
Yes.
Oh. Has Paul ever slandered your channel?
Paul always slanders my channel. Paul's
Okay.
really mean to me all the time. Didn't Emma tell you like he was talking about me abandoning my dog and stuff?
Oh, that's a low blow.
Paul is constantly mean to me. I don't know why he's so mean to me all the time.
Oh,
I keep on for 2 years. I've been asking him to come on my channel. He never comes on my channel.
Yeah.
oh,
PVK, I don't know if you remember me, but I had like a one-on-one with you like 4 years ago. What was it? And like the one thing I remember about that conversation is I told you a fun little fact about Civilization, the board game. It's always the cone of shame.
Man.
Poor thing.
Well, she keeps on taking it off. That's the problem, and I don't know how to make it stay on.
Yes.
My little kitty.
Hey, Paul, you could just hop on and be nice to Jacob and get it over with. I wouldn't keep asking you.
Exactly.
No, Paul's come on a few times.
I know.
Let me see if I can find that banner. Where did I put that banner?
Yeah. I guess it's only 10 o'clock where Paul is, so it's not as late as I think it is.
Hey, Richard.
What?
How's it going, man?
There we go.
Oh, again?
So, Catherine, before she found people to go on with Paul, asked me to go on with Paul. Oh, we have Paul.
Oh, there he is.
What?
What do you mean
The man
go on
himself.
with Paul?
Well,
Don't you have like important things to do, Paul?
This guy's being here with us, man. What do you mean?
Because he's wearing his national colors. Always important. Orange.
So yeah, Jacob, what do you mean?
He left.
So remember when there was that thing where people got
Oh.
to say hi, like ask questions.
Yeah.
So Catherine, like she was going around trying to find people who wanted to talk to Paul. And did you notice Trey got called up 3 times? and
I knew you were gonna say it.
Wait,
Oh my
you
gosh,
did?
that's like the. Oh yeah. Oh,
He
You don't
wasn't
hate
there.
crawfish.
I actually feel bad. I should have texted him or called him because I was like, where
No,
is he?
I didn't see that. Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, he with Vervaeke, I think it was.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because
Yeah.
I was gone for Vicky. So yeah.
And so I was trying to figure out like what I was gonna say to Paul. So I was gonna start out with, "You're fired."
Again, you gotta get right. You're fired, like the Donald Trump thing.
See, I've never actually heard Donald Trump say "you're fired," so I don't.
Oh, you gotta look at the clip on YouTube.
Wait, isn't that like from The Apprentice?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
He stole that from Lord Alan Sugar from The British Apprentice.
Okay, got it.
There's a British Apprentice?
Oh yeah, like everything America has, we came up with it.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah. And we
what's
made it
that?
better.
Shark Tank. Dragon's Den is so much better.
We also have The Office,
Yeah.
was a British
Yeah.
show for 2 seasons.
We
that-
also have Top Gear, which is atrocious. American Top Gear is so terrible.
So there's like different hosts for like American Top Gear
Yeah,
then?
yeah, it was for a while. Well, and then when they left to do Grand Tour, they got Matt LeBlanc to basically replace Jeremy Clarkson on the British Top Gear.
Right.
But
Chazi's leaving us despite the fact it's the middle of the day where he is.
Kids.
Wow.
Hezzy, we are your kids,
There's at least a couple people on this panel that are older than Hezzy, I would imagine.
At least a couple.
I'm older than Chazi and Sandy's older than Chazi.
Yeah.
All right, I have to go and do things. Yo.
Okay.
Hey, it's good to see you, Richard.
Later, Richard.
Good to see you too.
Have a good one.
Glad to hear you found your phone.
Oh, by the way, I have a Protestant joke for you guys. I heard this
Whoa.
from a friend.
Okay.
So,
Oh,
what's
okay.
the difference between a Lutheran and the Methodist?
Go ahead.
What?
The Lutheran will say hi to you in the liquor store. I thought that was pretty good.
Okay.
Oh,
My favorite is still the joke Pastor Tanner told me. So the pastor is teaching Sunday school, and he says to the students, "What has 4 legs, stores nuts for the winter, and lives in a tree?" And all the kids are like looking at each other, and they don't know how to answer. And so he decides to call on one of the students. He says, "Timmy, what has 4 legs, stores nuts for the winter, and lives in a tree?" And Timmy says, "Well, it sounds like a squirrel, but I'll say Jesus."
I relate to that joke way too hard, unfortunately.
Why couldn't the bicycle move? Because it was tired.
oh,
Ooh.
Yeah.
There must be Coptic jokes
Coptic jokes.
that don't involve genocide. I mean, you can always make genocide.
It's just dark humor jokes.
Man, if there's Coptic jokes, I don't know any. So, we're done for. Have you ever heard of Coptic time?
It's like every other time, like
Yeah.
showing up late.
Uh-huh. So first time I go to liturgy, right?
Yeah.
I'm there, 8:00, and there's like, 2 tetas, and that's it. And I'm like, what's going on here?
So when's your ordination?
It's really weird. All the deacons are telling me to become a deacon. The laity have no idea what's going on, and Dude, I've got no
They've
idea.
seen you on this channel. They're just not telling you. They're one of the few viewers that are watching right now.
Everybody at the church before he got baptized was like, "So when are you getting ordained?" And he's like, "I'm not even baptized yet."
Yeah. I've got to tell him to take it one at a time, you know? It's crazy. Crazy. I don't know if like half the parishioners would revolt if they saw me up there, but you know, we'll see.
It's so funny. He's like a foot taller than everybody else in the congregation.
Yep.
Yep.
It's 1 a.m.
You should probably go to sleep.
Yeah, I work at 11:30, so I might actually get a few hours sleep. But
Sleep is good.
Hey.
I know. I'll behave myself and say goodnight.
Good night, Sandy.
Good night.
Good night.
Don't have too much fun without me there. And read your jokes. You got jokes going in there.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah.
Of course you should hop on, Charlie. You should have hopped on a long time ago.
I'm going to make my goodbye as well. Good chatting to you all again.
You have to be at work soon, don't you?
Well, I've got, for me it's 6 a.m. I've got the day off.
Oh.
And then,
Let me know how the
Go
surfing
shopping
goes.
with your girlfriend?
Gosh.
you don't get a second's break, do you?
Wait, are you British then? Are you in Britain?
Oh yeah.
Okay, all right.
Oh yes, old chaps.
Anthony with the silent H. Yes, he's
Yeah, you know, the H thing isn't a massive deal. So only if you speak in Queen's English. Oh yes, hey.
Hey, we don't speak English. We speak American here. Okay.
That's right.
And unlike
Spoken like a
you
true
English
American.
people that flaunt your accents in front of other English people.
I don't know, man. Southern people, they've got a bit of that too, you know?
Actually, yeah, that's true.
So I was watching. So I actually like British television. So I was watching
Fader.
I was watching some show, and there was somebody who was speaking like really weird. I'm like, what's going on here? And finally, I figured out it was a British guy trying to do an American accent.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say it was like the Yorkshire accent, where like you can't understand a thing that they're saying.
No. I could understand what he was saying, but it just sounded weird. I'm like, what is he doing? And then I realized, oh, this is what British people think Americans sound like.
Have you actually, Jacob? Have you heard the Yorkshire accent? Like it's like indecipherable.
I may have. I really can't tell very well between different British accents, but apparently it matters a lot. Like in terms of class, you can tell who's.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you can tell who's who in Great Britain by their accent.
Yep. Where it's like the upper class people, they have the posh accent, and then there's like just a different. Well, I guess it's also regional too. So, because there's like just tons and tons of different English accents, and like these small little regions. Actually, if you like British TV shows, 2 shows that I can suggest are All Creatures Big and Small, or All Creatures Great and Small. But the older one, not the newer one. And the 80s Sherlock Holmes TV show. That one is excellent. That's actually my favorite depiction of Sherlock Holmes.
Honestly, I only watch things that are over 20 years old unless several people tell me it's good, because like art has basically died in the past 20 years.
Oh, and
What
Father
about
Brown.
In-Betweeners?
What do you mean?
In
Is that the
between.
name of a show I don't know?
Yeah.
That's the name of a British show. It's like one of the best British shows ever made.
Haven't seen it.
Don't trust him. He's a youngin.
He
Oh, right,
is,
yeah, I forgot.
and he's incredibly woke.
No, I'm just don't even get started. Don't even get started. I'm just a
So
moderate.
3 of us are like within 2 miles of each other.
We are.
Garth. What?
Yeah, Garth is the odd man out. Yeah.
Oh,
And we're
that I'm
sitting-
not local. Oh,
Yeah. Well, we're hyper local. Like we're within walking distance of each other.
I'm not, but yeah,
You live in Venice Beach, right?
I'm at my parents' house right now.
Where's your parents' house?
In the Palisades.
Oh, fancy. So that's why you're a surfer.
Yeah. Right next to the beach.
So the beach in the Palisades has like a gang. Does it? I don't know if it still does, but it did for a long time. Had a gang of white guys who would beat up anybody who tried going surfing there who wasn't local. You're welcome to hop on, Charlie.
he's doing it.
To
He
correct that,
says he's doing it. He rarely does it.
But he is
how-
he is correct that Father Brown is a great show. Sorry, go ahead.
To correct that, Palisades Point does not have any aggressive surfers. It's Topanga. So I do not represent them. Those are the ones who will get into fights with.
Wait, there are surfers that will just get into fights with each other.
Yeah. If you go to Topanga,
Surfers are very territorial.
Look, I'm from Minnesota. Okay, we don't have surfers here, so this is like foreign to me. Anyway, that's really interesting.
Yeah, watch Lords of Dogtown. It's a really good surfer movie that shows the origin of surfing and skating.
Trey is a huge fan of Tovia Singer.
Who's Tovia Singer?
I think he's pretty cool.
He is a rabbi. Charlie.
How's it going, man?
So
Good.
Charlie's actually not that far away from Garth.
What state?
Nebraska.
Not really.
Well, okay.
Nebraska's a pretty good distance from Minnesota.
When Charlie's at school, he's much closer to Garth.
Okay. Well, you know what? Actually, I take that back. It's not too far, but it's still a good drive in order to get here. So
Yeah, it's like 4 hours to get.
I guess it depends on which part of Nebraska you're in.
The only part with people.
Well, Charlie goes to school in Des Moines, right?
Ames. I'm at Iowa State.
Ames.
Oh, I used to go to Iowa State.
Oh, really? Nice.
Yeah, I flunked out of it, and then I became a machinist, but I did go to Iowa State.
Nice.
And Garth was also a Lutheran at Iowa State.
Actually, that's not true. Because when I was at Iowa State, I went to a non-denominational church that was pretty
Did
much
you go to
like
Cornerstone?
I did go to Cornerstone.
Hey, I go to Cornerstone.
Okay, what's that place like now?
Still huge.
Okay, yep, still big.
That's funny.
And then after I stopped going, I slowly started like getting into Jordan Peterson, and that's like when I, fell into this rabbit hole. So anyway,
sure.
And my life has been changed ever since. So what do you go to school there for?
Aerospace.
Aerospace engineering? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they've got a pretty good engineer. Like, honestly, they have a pretty decent engineering program there. It's like their facilities are super large.
Trey works for a large company that I won't name unless Trey decides to name it himself.
Oh yeah, I was right. I work for Boeing, so aerospace for the win.
Oh, okay. Yep. I do have an in-law well, it's in-law of one of my cousins, but she works for Boeing as well. So
This is why Trey can afford to spend $20 on ramen.
hey, I actually just last weekend I spent $20 on ramen. So
$20
there you go.
on ramen?
Look, this is authentic Japanese ramen. You get the whole bowl with all the fixins in it, and it's good. It's good stuff.
$20 on ramen?
Hold up, Jacob. Hey, okay? We didn't go to my favorite ramen place, which has $13 ramen. Very different. I just want to say, even $10 ramen. I just want to.
Okay.
Clarify.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I didn't mind. Well, I wasn't paying anyway, but a bunch of the guys we were with were trying to save money, and I was not going to let them pay $20
Yeah.
for ramen.
Yeah, that's why I suggested just go to the mart, because I was like, where else they could go.
Yeah.
I hope they enjoyed the crepes. They seemed like they enjoyed the crepes.
The crepes were pretty good.
Wait, Jacob, did you camp out there?
I did not camp. No, I actually came home every night.
Okay. All right.
And Shadow was still pissed at me for not being around enough.
What's the rundown at Chino? You know?
It was very good. I personally would have done things very differently, but it was done how it was done. I think a lot of people got a lot out of it. I think the people who camped actually probably got a lot more out of it than other people. I mean, anytime you have something that big, people start carving into cliques. And so, so for Friday night, when I met Donnie, I was shocked and awed. And I contacted the local rabbi who came by. And so Friday night, Donnie, Ben, Sandy, and I went to the rabbi's house for dinner. And Donnie and Ben and I spent a lot of time being Jews and talking Jewish stuff. And I mean, Sunday nights, there were so many people sleeping here that there was not room on the ground to stretch out, which was absolutely awesome. And
there was no more room in the inn.
It was beyond. There was no room. There was literally not enough room to lie down on the ground. Well, I guess if you went into the hallway, you could have.
That actually does sound like fun, though.
Oh, it was great. It was absolutely great. Yeah.
But camping, man, camping is one of the most personal things you can do with people. Easily.
Yeah. Although I have to say, I think the Shabbat with no telephones and no microphones and no video cameras is going to be so much more awesome.
Yeah,
half of us will survive, but that is a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
Is that from someplace?
That's from Shrek.
Okay.
Sort of.
But
may die.
in Minnesota, the northern region up here, there's a place called the Boundary Waters, which is the full camping experience, period. Because it's where you have to go on canoes, you get all your equipment, you canoe across the lake, you go to a portage, you carry all your equipment across this portage trail, and then you canoe across the other lake, and you keep going further into the wilderness until you find a campsite. And then you camp down there, and some people will either stay there or they'll keep traveling around. But it's it's just amazing. You're just in pure wilderness everywhere, like no sign of civilization at all. And if you find the right spots where there's no light pollution, you can see the Milky Way in the sky during nighttime if there's no clouds, and it's beautiful.
Have you done it, Garth?
Oh yeah, multiple times.
I'm an Eagle Scout. I have a lot of friends that have done that. I've never done it, but
Oh,
heard about it a lot.
the Boundary Waters. Yeah. Yep. Although, I mean, you can do it with a group that has never done it before, but it really does help to have at least one person in your group who's done it before.
Yeah, we had some guys who had done it like 6-7 times already. So,
Jacob, you gotta like actually give a rundown of the stuff at Chino.
Yes.
All the videos are going to be online soon. I think Pajot's starting speech is something everybody should listen to. Timothy Burkhart, who spent yesterday absolutely savaging the Masoretic text. I didn't actually listen to the entire thing. I considered listening to it, but like, yeah, I don't know why I let these Greeks use my channel.
These Gentiles.
Yeah, these Trinitarians, God have mercy on their souls.
Jacob, I have something for you. Did you ever watch the debate between James White and a witness?
Nope.
It's probably like the only thing I'm proud of.
Dale Tuggy does really good in completely destroying Trinitarians, but it's so easy to do. I mean, when William Lane Craig decided after 2,000 years he needs to come up with a new version of the Trinity, that's just the Trinitarians tapping out. You just recognize, okay, they recognize they have no place to go.
Yeah, the Dale Tuckey, William Lane Craig conversation was pretty rough, I'll say.
I really do not like William Lane Craig.
Really? Why?
No,
He came up with his own Trinity. Come on.
Yeah. It was like, well, I think the way he described it is like not in any way, shape, or form that I would ever describe like the concept of the Trinity. Because
he had to come up with his own new Trinity.
Well, I don't think he had to, but
I do.
Well, anyway, I don't know. I just haven't, I don't know. There's that, and it's like, I don't know. I just haven't been impressed with William Lane Craig.
What the kalam? I'm kidding.
Oh.
Listen to my cosmological argument again. No. I'm good.
Although the current, I don't know, my current theologian that I have been, my current theologian I've been listening to was Jordan Cooper. So I've been tuning into his channel.
Dun dun dun.
Yeah, I know.
Bum, bum, bum.
Jordan Cooper.
He's got good stuff, though. Not all of it is good, but some of it is pretty good.
Trey hasn't told us why he loves this image.
Trey, why do you like the image?
Are you making me bow down to an idol, Jacob?
Yep.
It seems like I have to say why I like this idol. You know what?
Basically, yep. Charlie hasn't said why he loves this image either.
I said why I liked it because I liked how it looks watercolor, but it's actually pastel.
It's actually, I believe, oil on canvas.
Oil, yeah.
Boo.
Hey.
What do you have against oil on canvas?
It's too, I don't know, muddy, heavy, I think I'm just used to icons where everything is, transparent and lightful, With oil, it's just it doesn't feel like there's depth at all,
I don't know. But what about her face, right? And how it's you can see that the front of the face is it's lighter than the back, and it feels like that there's almost depth to it,
Yeah,
know?
but
I
it's
definitely
no
see the
no.
depth there. Yeah.
Yeah, but
No.
like it's not light in that light is I don't know. It's
You're
not
just
like
wrong, Andrew.
no, light isn't
Andrew just
piercing
only
through,
likes.
light isn't like piercing through the image, you know? It's just like a different hue.
Yeah, Andrew only likes
Okay,
art.
I'm banning
Wait, let me.
Andrew from my channel. He will never be
You're
allowed
not
on this
even.
channel again.
Andrew
I
only
hate
likes
oil.
like
I hate oil.
drawings of the same 3 white guys in history. So
Jacob,
it's
what are you?
it's all
Or
right.
Andrew, what are you eating?
Hot tamales.
You think they have any oil on them?
No.
So, Charlie, why do you love this image?
Oh, because Jacob, my very best friend, is showing it to me. That's why I love it.
There you go.
That's the correct
That's the
answer.
right answer.
Yeah.
So, Charlie, what are you doing this summer?
What am I doing this summer? Well, I'm gonna do a lot of eating and sleeping. Plan on that.
Jacob's gonna say that you should get married.
Yep. Just in your free time, you know.
Yeah.
It would be funny if I ended up with an engagement ring before Garth. That would be good.
Hashtag Garth's marriage crisis. That's my new hashtag that I'm going with every single time that I hear about this. I'm going to go hashtag Garth's marriage crisis.
Garth has a girlfriend.
Well,
Ooh.
that doesn't mean I'm not in a marriage crisis. I'm not there yet.
Better than me, man.
That's
Gotta
true.
have the marriage before
But
the
you're
crisis.
also a lot younger than me. So
Yeah.
you've got some time.
Yeah, Andrew's like 15.
Andrew older than you, Charlie? I thought Andrew's older than Charlie. Is Andrew older than Charlie?
No, Charlie's older than me.
I think we're both 20. Are you 19?
No, I'm 19.
Oh, there you go.
See, Charlie, you're 4 years behind. How are you gonna have 13 kids?
When's your birthday, Andrew? Or are
July.
you just a year ahead? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. 2003.
Why is this so hard, man?
Why
Like,
is
you know, I finally decided that it'd be a good thing, and like, oh, what happened? I go to church, and there's these beautiful icons of families and whatnot, you know, and it's just like, yeah, here's my dumb life.
Yeah, you need to get an anime icon waifu. Do they got those?
Look,
No.
Andrew, what you're
Oh, that
experiencing
sounds
right
good.
now is college angst, and it's completely normal. Don't worry about it.
Great.
Andrew,
Trey,
Hey,
Trey,
look,
Trey isn't in college and he's still not married.
Yeah,
Oh,
get on
you
it,
know
man.
what's crazy? Yeah, you know what? Just all the one. Actually, I had so much potential. It's just that I've been excommunicated from all these women. So working through that.
that's how they get you.
That's such a great way of rephrasing, like, that is the breakup.
Well, actually, it's true. Isn't that right, Jacob?
Trey used to be a witness, and now he has no idea what he's doing.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so then yes, you're very accurate in.
Good luck with it, man. Mhm.
You could come Coptic with Andrew.
Yeah,
That's an option.
it's a possibility.
Because the only person who's going to have a harder time getting married than a tall, a white, half Asian man is a ginger.
That's true. Especially to a Persian woman. That's going to be difficult.
Andrew, how tall
Actually, no. Persians love gingers.
I am 6'4", so
Oh, wow.
yeah,
Andrew, wait, Andrew, you're 6'4"?
yeah.
Good for you, man.
And he
A
goes
tower
to
over
a
people.
Coptic church, so he's
Yeah.
How tall
like
is your dad?
twice the height of everyone else in the church.
Huh.
Dad,
Wow.
Dad at his best was 6'4". Now he's kind of shrunk down to 6.
Right.
Andrew, I thought you were much shorter than 6'4",
Mm-hmm.
but I don't know. It could be the camera angle.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm 7'3", actually. I can't quite, you know.
Look, Andrew, women love tall men. Okay.
Yeah, they do.
They go crazy for that.
Mm-hmm.
How tall are you, Charlie?
How tall do you think I am?
6.
Uh-oh.
I have no
5'10".
idea.
Charlie.
Well, the problem is, no matter what I say, you can say I'm lying. But
How tall are you?
I'm a healthy 5'11".
There you go.
Okay.
So you're
all
my
right.
height. Well, a little taller than me. I'm kind of 5'10".
You'll get that inch someday.
I was supposed to be 6'3". So happy how that turned out.
Why? Is your dad really tall?
No, my mom's fairly tall. She's like almost my height, and my uncle's 6'4". Kind of tall. Family
So
on my mom's side, but
years and years ago, I worked at a customer service at a dating website, and this woman calls, and
Jacob Lord.
this woman calls.
I love
and
this.
she's like, yeah, nobody will respond to my I never get any messages, and I look at her thing, and it says she's 7'3", and I'm like, you must have put this in wrong. It says you're 7'3", and she said, yes, I am 7'3".
Man.
Oh man.
Andrew, there you go, buddy.
And I was like, I think because the filter is set at 7 feet, like automatically, and I was like, okay, bring yourself down to 7 feet so the filter doesn't take you out of everyone's searches, because no man is removing that, and then put in the description that you're 7'3", because
Yep.
Look,
Can you imagine?
Okay, I will say this. There are some guys that are either going to really not like it, or they'll really like that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're trying to build like an NBA team,
Hey, if you're over 7, if you're like over 7 feet yourself, you might be like, hey, she's perfect.
I think Paul should have played for the NBA just a little bit. Just like a little.
Yeah.
I want to see how he does in the court.
Those Dutch people. They have to be that tall because their whole country's underwater, so they got to make up for it.
Dude, I can't imagine Paul as a young guy.
As a young guy?
Yeah. He's really fit into the old white
Does he
beard.
have bad posture yet?
The Santa beard.
Mm-hmm.
His son is sadly I don't mean this, but his son is like a spinning image of him. He has the same exact mannerisms and everything.
Yeah.
Really?
No, Jared looks exactly like a young Paul.
Dude, that's insane.
And I keep on telling Jared, you come from 3 generations of pastors. How can you break that?
You've got a brand built up and everything.
Yeah,
that's right.
So
your dad's got a brand.
You have now you have to go get an MDiv. I'm sorry.
The JVK. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, JVK. Yeah.
The Vervaeke acronym we decided not to use. Yeah, Jared will have to pick it up.
Well, Vervaeke. I mean, VVK just makes so much sense for Vervaeke.
I guess, yeah. Everything just has to be VK somehow, so we're gonna have to fit Jonathan in there. It's gonna be tough.
So Jonathan Pajot is gonna be
Jonathan Vajko. I don't know. Something French, maybe.
Yeah.
We'll write it off. It'll work.
KVP.
KJV.
Whoa.
NIV?
No. We don't talk about the NIV.
No, we don't.
What's up with
Andrew,
the NIV?
Andrew, the Snapchat AI uses NIV. If you
Really?
needed even more proof, it was awesome. Yeah.
Oh,
I just love making fun of it.
I don't get it. I don't get that joke. Because my landlord, who's a professor at Chapman, uses the NIV, so I don't know what to do with that
Well, the
information.
joke is that the NIV stands for non-inspired version.
Oh, okay.
Although but you could have the other way around, where you have the Message Bible, which is too inspired.
Yeah.
It's good. I like it. Yeah, Eugene Peterson had a little too much fun there sometimes.
A friend of mine said her favorite book, her favorite Bible was the Message Bible, and I didn't know how to feel about that.
There are conflicting feelings happening.
Yeah.
I think there is like a phrase that gets used in that book in some verse where it's like, and they said, and they were scared out of their wits, and they use
Yep.
that phrase, and it's like, ugh, dear Lord.
Yeah.
Amen.
It really is fun. Jacob, you can do an entire stream just reading the Message Bible.
I would watch that.
Yeah, I would
I
so
would.
watch that.
I would so not watch that. Okay, I actually think I'm probably gonna go to sleep, but there are zero. Yeah, I'm really tired. There are 0 admins, so you guys can hang around as long as you like. Nobody else can join unless one of the admins decides to pop on. Chazi is an admin, and he might decide to pop on. But I am going to bed. You guys have fun.
Oh, Jacob. So who did you give my admin to? I'm very curious.
Who did I give your? I think I gave it to Manuel.
Okay.
Let me see who's on here. Somebody just joined. There's Chazi. Chazi can be your admin. What we have to figure out somehow because StreamYard wants $4,000 for another admin seat, and I don't have that type of money.
That must be like if you're like some like content creator that's like trying to run a business or something like that.
Yeah, you have to upgrade to business thing, but like I think we just have to figure out how to have multiple accounts because and just figure it out. But somebody has to sit down and actually figure this stuff out, and that's not me. I nominate Charlie to do it.
Not again.
I second that motion.
There you go, Charlie. It's all you.
There you go. The eyes have it.
Trey and Andrew will help you.
That's the most I can handle is clicking on a link and following the instructions to add roles. That's
all right.
my
All right,
big-
Trey, you got this. I believe in you, man.
What do I have to do?
Good luck with it.
Yeah, you have to figure out how we can have more admins. Okay, I think I kind of have it figured out. So on StreamYard, if you are an admin, you can add a destination to any channel you have admin controls to. So if Mo gets admin controls to Randos United, and he's an admin on an account, then there can be 14 other people and he can add that thing. So like I think what's got to happen is like Sam has to go and open up his own account and add Mo, and Mo can add Randos United to it. And then like Father Eric has to open his own account and add Mo and Matt. And then we'll have lots of, because 15 is the maximum number of admins you can have on an account without having a business account that costs $5,000 a year.
Why do you need so many admins, Jacob?
Because, like, for example, right now I want to go to sleep.
Okay.
And
go to sleep.
if I go to sleep and you're not here, then Garth, Andrew, Trey, and Charlie are not admins. They can't let anybody else in.
I mean, we could just let it die.
Yeah, someone let a stream once like run for hours, and then like in the middle of the day, I just shut it off. But like,
Right. And so like, no, you need more than 15 admins. We definitely need more admin slots.
Andrew, how's your tattoo doing? Healing nicely?
Up. Yeah, it's kind of
picking
like
at it.
I'm kind of. Yeah, it's peeling off, you know. So it looks kind of terrible now, but it'll get better, I hope.
What was the reaction?
From my parents or from who?
Your parents, your boys.
Yeah. My roommates were surprised by it. My parents, I haven't told. Yeah.
So when you see your parents, you'll just have like a Band-Aid right there.
Yeah, for 3 months. Yeah.
Just long sleeves every day. during-
I cut myself in the same spot again. That's like crazy.
Andrew, what are you anticipating aside from like you just trying to
Okay, I'm going to bed. Good night, guys.
All right,
Good night,
Push
Good night,
Jacob.
Jacob. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite.
aside from trying to push this off right now, eventually when you talk to them, what are you anticipating their reaction's going to be, and what are your responses?
Yeah, I don't think either of them will like it. What's my response?
I mean, like, you know, like there's different versions. There's both of them start breaking down crying. Your dad runs out of the house. Your mom and dad both decide when you show them your tattoo, they pick up their shirt and show you that they've had a tattoo for years. There's all different versions. Just like I guess like are you anticipating getting into like an argument because of this, or are you just hoping that like if they're upset, you're just gonna be like, well, I'm sorry, but this is my decision, and then like, you know, talk about something else? Or
Yeah, that's the line I'm going for. You know, that's kind of the thing that happened when I got baptized. So I'm figuring that this is just like the extension of that. So that's what's gonna happen again. You know.
Psychologists always say it's good to take those feelings and push them as deep as you can until you forget about them. Just push them real deep.
Oh.
Don't have a conversation.
Definitely.
Nope, did
And
we
he's
lose him?
gone.
He's gone. I was going to ask
Who do we
him,
have over here? Garth and Charlie and oh, hey, buddy. What's
although
going on?
Charlie might be out of commission for a bit. Oh, nope, he's back. And he's gone.
Charles. Garth, also for you, it's a big deal happening this week, next week. Your future in-laws are coming.
Yeah, singular, but yes. Yeah.
I see. And how about that?
I don't know. I mean, I've already met her, so.
Now, I know you've met her, but have you done the dynamic of like sitting together with your mom and dad, and then like them asking ridiculous questions?
I guess not yet. Although, I mean, I guess I've done the thing where I've been the person to ask in-laws questions like about my girlfriend. But so the plan, like, yeah, but this is like, what was it? She was telling me that she told me that she was going to be in the Twin Cities this week because she has family here as well, and that she has a free day. And so during that free day, basically, I'll have my parents and them will all meet up. So I don't know. I'm looking at this and very like I'm thinking of this as like super casual, like, you know, just like I don't know, just a little. We'll find a nice restaurant somewhere. We'll all sit down and have a meal together, talk, chat. So yeah, should be good.
That is very nice.
Yeah, and then I'm really waiting for July when my girlfriend will come up here for an entire week. So
for the magical week. Is that going to be the longest you guys have spent together consecutively?
Yes. Yeah.
How long have you guys been dating?
Ever since September. So.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah. And it's long distance because she lives in Maryland.
I've I've done
Oh.
that. I've done that once seriously with a girl that lived in LA, and I was living here, and that
Okay.
was extremely difficult. But I'm still, a believer that that could still be done, and I guess that week is like a big deal. You guys are gonna really flex, see how you guys interact. I'm very, very excited for you, Garth.
Well, so every weekend that we've spent time together, so here's the thing. Past weekends that we visited each other, we've kind of planned out our weekends. So what we kind of want to do is we kind of want to have we want to have like this week where it's like we don't have anything in particular planned, and we can have it as flexible as we want.
I was gonna say that is I like that idea because it allows you sort of to have like a more natural flow of like we wake up when we wake up, and we're getting breakfast where we're getting breakfast, and we're just gonna like just enjoy spending the time together. However, on your end, I would have some defaults of, let's say, in each day, maybe just sprinkle out like a general idea for yourself in case you want to create like some sort of structure. Because arguably, while the plan is like we're just going to get together and there's no plan and we're going to do whatever we want, sometimes like leaving things that open could you end up having like a day where someone's like, well, this is like a little more boring, or I'm not exactly sure what I'm doing. So, I don't know,
So-
just I guess always have a contingency.
Well, first of all, Andrew is backstage, and he wanted me to tell you that. So,
All right.
although you're driving right now, so I don't know if you're able to add him in.
We're stuck.
So, Andrew, unfortunately, you may be stuck back.
Well, I'm going to be stopping in a second, and if I can, I'll try to tap.
Okay. You'll have to be patient, Andrew. I'm sorry. But to reply back to that, so it's not okay. So it's not going to be completely freeform because there's a couple things that I want to do with her during this week. So basically, I want her to meet one of my friends, and then I want her to meet my brother and his wife, and then we'll be driving up north at some point to visit my sister and her husband, and then we'll be going to my family's cabin together. So it's like there are like things that I want to have like checked off the list. But other than that, it's like, there's still space in between. Whereas if we want to do something, that we can do it.
That sounds great because like I feel like that's also not that you're planning this, but just I think to me that's like a beautiful structure because you really have, like you just said, you have your own time, and then you really get to show her off, quote unquote, to your family, but also have her see you within a family context with your siblings. And I just think that's like a very healthy place, assuming those relationships are healthy, to be at and to be with her. So I think that's so good. I'm very super excited for you, man.
Well, and she'll be staying at my parents' house, and I'll be at that house as well. So it's like it'll be, there'll be plenty of family dynamic to observe.
Amazing.
So yeah, because it's like I want her to let her know what she's getting herself into with my family.
Yeah, I for sure, and I think that's great that like, and she knows she knows that this is on the agenda, so that's awesome.
Yep. Yes, sir. All I have to do is wait now. My computer screen is dirty.
Guess who's backstage? Someone tell Khezi. Okay, so now how do I bring this dude on more? I don't even know if I have the option to do that on my phone. Can I do that?
As an admin, you should be able to do it. Also, I'm loving the beard.
Yeah.
You muted.
I don't really know where to go, so can't help. And now we wait.
Now we wait.
Do wait.
It's a shame.
Ezzy did have a kind of a sick shirt. I gotta say that, even though you can't. Just wanted to point that.
Oh, what?
He had a sick shirt.
Oh, he's always got good shirts. He's the fashion guy.
One thing I love about summer is that I can throw out the Hawaiian shirts that I have.
Yes. I have a whole collection, so I'm there with you.
I have 3. I have a collection of flannels because I live in Minnesota.
Yeah, you gotta get the stereotype well. Yeah.
Exactly. Well, one of my flannels that I have, it's an LL Bean flannel. And the inside of this flannel is laced with fleece on the inside. And so I can wear this in like 10-degree weather and still be warm.
Yeah, I have something like that too.
Yeah, they're great. I love them. And I also have jeans that have flannel on the inside of them too. So it's like I can wear that and that flannel and look casual and still be warm. Oh shoot. Hizzy is gone now.
Yeah, last year I had to walk like 15 minutes to my 7:45 physics class across campus. And the wind chill was negative like 30 a few days, so I kind of needed some warmer pants to be wearing. So I was glad I had my flannel jeans
Okay.
definitely needed them.
Charlie, does Cornerstone, do they still do the stadium cleanup?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, they still do that.
That's so funny that you went there. Yeah.
Yep. What
Kinda
else?
makes sense, but
Yeah, I'm trying to ask. What was the name of that event? It was some week-long event that they had at Iowa State, but eventually they canceled it. I forget what it was called.
I don't know. It's been gone since before. It had a dumb name though. Yeah.
Yeah. I was attending Iowa State the year that they decided to cancel it.
Okay.
Because
I think it starts with a D, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm forgetting the name. It's yeah, I'll have to look it up. But basically, there was like, a riot that happened in the street and cars got flipped over. It was It was crazy. And because of that, it got canceled by the university.
Yeah, they did. They canceled it. So it's a shame. I missed out.
Huh. So did you ever live at any of the dorms at Iowa State?
Yeah, I lived at Oak Elm freshman year, which is in the east side of campus, the older part.
Okay.
But then I lived in Friley this last year.
Oh yeah, Fridley. Yep. That's on like the other side of campus, isn't
That's
it?
on west, yeah.
Yeah, it's in the west side. Yep. I remember that building.
I'll be off campus next year.
Yeah. Trying if there's anything else about Iowa State. I know they have a couple gardens there.
Yeah, there's the Ryman Gardens that's over by the football stadium.
Yep, that's right.
Has he accidentally put himself backstage, I think.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, to be honest. But I also, the stream is still going on, from what I can see. So,
We're still live.
Question: How many
Sorry,
fraternities?
Trey.
How many fraternities and sororities are at Iowa State now?
I have no clue, dude.
Okay, all right. Is Greek
yeah.
Village are they still pretty big, or have
I
they
think so.
declined? Okay.
I don't know. I hang out mostly in church circles and stuff, so honestly, I don't know too
Holy
much
man.
about the frats or sororities. No, but that's the crowd. So I don't know, but there's still plenty of Greek life going on for sure.
Okay. I actually might head out for the night because I have to get ready for tomorrow for work. So, anyway, but it was great meeting you guys. Trey, I didn't get to talk with you much, but
That's okay. I'll talk
Take
to you
care.
another time then.
yep,
I'll
another
see you.
time. See ya.
So you're in. Oh, there he goes. Well, I'll see if Fezzy comes on. If not, I'll head out.